Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashikun,
Here.
Nkosi Nelson,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier, Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 8:09 a.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. No citizens signed up to speak, so we're going to move to our first agenda item. It is my pleasure to welcome TASB Senior Board Development Consultant Orrin Moore to facilitate our annual Team of 8. Orrin, take it away.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here for a number of reasons. One of them is this is the closest board workshop I've ever had in my 10 years at TASB, but that is not the main reason. I'll share the main reason in a second. But in my 10 years at TASB, I can probably count on one hand the number of board workshops that started in the morning. So even though it might sound corny, I want to say something that I don't get to say to many boards or anyone. Top of the morning. Do people still say that sometimes? I tried to know my neighbor. She didn't seem amused, but I figured, maybe. The main reason I'm excited is because of the work that you're doing in the district. As a board development consultant, we often talk about the importance of learning to a team, specifically the relationship between learning and high performance. No shortage of evidence to kind of bridge that or make that connection. In preparation for the workshop, I met with some of your leaders, and I learned about your approach, your philosophy on the cascading POC, your effort to kind of treat the board or think of the board as, and the leadership team as a collaborative POC, which just makes me all kinds of happy. And so as we get into the content today, we'll talk about, again, the impact of learning on performance and a number of other factors. And I'm looking forward to engaging you in that conversation and very specifically building on an incredible foundation that you have right here with your approach to learning and team development. Before I go further, I want to ask each of you a question, and it is the most cliche, predictable question you can imagine in this kind of setting. But I'm wondering if you know what it is. Yeah, why did you run for the board? Why did you accept an appointment? Why did you get an education? I have a reason for asking. Now, I've asked this I quit counting at 500 responses. But I feel like there's a common thread in all of the responses, and there's a bigger reason I asked that I'll share in a second. So without further ado, I want to know what compelled you to run for the board or to accept an appointment, or if you're a superintendent, acting superintendent, school administrator, why did you bring your talent to education? You could have chosen a different industry. I'll start with our board president, and then you get to pick who goes next. I'll give you that pleasure at least.
I decided to run because I realized that my voice at the state level was minimal compared to what it could be at the local level. So if I wanted to see things move in a positive direction I'll be honest, for my students, then I knew I had to get on the school board. And so I wanted to be a voice and help change special education in Leander ISD, and that's why I ran. Now I'm picking Laura.
So I accepted the appointment. I was doing a lot of work in the district with SPED from a parent perspective. And as I was digging into that work, realizing how closely it tied to the success of the general education curriculum, and knowing that we were at a point where that was really going to be a focus, I felt like I had strengths that could possibly be supportive of that goal. And so I wanted to be able to contribute in that way. Nkosi.
This one is for Sade. I ran because I believe in the transformative power of education. No, which is real. It was part of our campaign speech. I would say it so many times that it was like, stop using transformative. But I really believe in it personally. I mean, it changed my life trajectory. I'm a first generation college student, and so like I truly believe in it. And then as I was, I remember sitting in the audience one day and we were looking at some of the achievement gaps actually. And so I realized that not every student in this district was getting the same experience. And so I ran to just ensure that like we made education for all like a reality. Gloria. Ah. Fake pass.
I'm also first generation to college, and I was a teacher education professor for about 15 years and placing student teachers, in different schools, and then becoming a parent and wanting to be able to make that impact in students' lives. And I thought about the impact that so many teachers made made a difference for me, made a difference for my teachers, and saw all of those pieces as an individual, as a student, as a professor, as a parent. And once my students were in there, the things that they would come back and share from different school districts, across Central Texas, I thought, how can I impact? How can I support educators? And I really felt like if we support educators, that our students are put in the best possible position. They have all the best opportunities if our teachers have the resources and the support that they need. That's why I ran. And Trish.
So for a living, I get to watch the legislature talk, and 2011 cuts came, and I listened to what they were saying, how this was going to roll out in public education, and I was a parent, Leander ISD, and wasn't doing exactly what they said. And I thought, well, surely our school is like missing something then, because they were making all these promises and thoughts, and what I realized is there's like this difference between what the legislatures are saying and what your board is doing. And sometimes does a board, have that connection to what the legislatures are doing? I thought, hey, I could be this bridge. That would be great. But at a deeper level, I do believe and have hope in our future. Like, they could make this a better place. Like, we had our run on it. Let's get them ready to go. Let's see what they'll create. Because when I grew up, I had an inconsistent educational environment. So I graduated with a D for diploma. I was the high school, and I went to a remedial class in college for reading and writing. And I ended up teaching the class. By the end, long story, I knew the material. It was that consistency in education that I think you really need to help that growth, that scope, sequence, fidelity, all that great stuff. And if you get that, your whole trajectory can change. And I believe that can happen for every student in the district. Oh, admin. I thought, yeah. Yeah, Sade. Let's see, go for last.
All right, so I had served at the campus level and for a couple of years, or for a few years, and it got to the point where I had the opportunity to step up and serve on the PTA board, and initially I didn't think I could do it. It just seemed so overwhelming. And so, but I got in there and made a lot of progress and a huge difference on the campus. And then I was like, oh, I guess I can take my skills and bring them up to the district level. And so it was really just trying to make a difference and just impart my skills. And so I picked Sarah.
Good luck.
No, okay, no, it's
That's Chris Sarah. I love it.
Sarah.
You just coined it.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, okay, so I picked Sarah. Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I am all about growth. And that is why I come to work every single day. It is about creating opportunities, creating the environment where our students can thrive and where our teachers can thrive and our staff can thrive, because it is so important, like you said, Gloria, about we know if we support our staff and our educators, they will impact our students. And I want for every single student in our district that we are meeting them where they are, and we're taking them to where they didn't even know that they could go. and how do we create that environment? And that means about pouring into our people and helping them to grow so that they can impact our students. So. Chris.
Thank you, Chrisera. I think for me, this has always been about people and helping people. I would say empowering people as well. When I started as a teacher, I don't know that I could have articulated that, but it was about helping young people realize their hopes and dreams, but then started realizing I could make a bigger difference if I became a campus administrator and help teachers and help more teachers be better at helping people. Then that just grows and grows. And so at this level of work, it's about systems. It is still about people, but how do you develop systems that help those people be better? And that's why I'm so intrigued on this whole PLC notion. It's really a passion of mine of how do we set all that up so that when we bring new people into our system, they automatically feel this lift, from the people working around them. So that's my why.
I love this. I would love to hear from our fabulous person, Cindy, and Miss Brenda.
They could come up here and sit, right? We could hear from them. Come on up.
I mean, we have Christian here too. Sorry, Christian.
He just gave me a look. Well, for me, I'm a parent, and I wanted the best for my daughter and her education, and I'm so grateful for the people that helped her to be successful. And so my part is supporting leadership. And I tell y'all often, when you thank me, I say it's my pleasure, and I don't mean that in a Chick-fil-A way, because it really is my joy. I love being able to be a small part of this, just to help you guys have what you need practically in every way. And so I feel like I'm getting to be a part of a future generation who's successful because of the work you're doing that empowers teachers and staff. And it just genuinely is a joy for me to be here and to do that for you guys. So I love it.
Cindy just brightens each and every day when I see her, honestly. For me, it very much like what has been stated already is that it's about, Sarah said it perfectly, I think, it's about the growth for me. It's about that looking at our students, two adult sons, now going to be a grandmother for the 4th time. So I know in January, it's right around the corner. Very excited. We've not had a little one in the family in a while. But it's thinking through, seeing the growth of the adult children, but also now seeing and being able to see that growth within their children, right, in my grandchildren. And it's so important that all very different. Laura, you were talking about how different your two were, right? All are very different, and respecting that and honoring that and knowing that each and every child has something to give. Each and every child has a strength for our system. And going back to what Gloria stated too, it's then for educators, how do we help all of our educators see that, be a part of that, foster that, and nurture it? And it's about that partnership. So when we talk about that culture of a professional learning community, it is truly how are each one of us helping nurture, at the end of the day, that future success of our world. So.
I can do it from back here. There's a reason that I'm behind the cameras. My dad was a teacher his entire professional career, so I've been around public education my entire life. And I went to a public school, and that was able to give me all the things that I was able to do after that. So when I had children and was working 80, 100-hour weeks, and I needed to sort of shift for them, public education made a perfect sense. And to be very selfish, the schedule's nice when you have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. But I believe public education is the silver bullet, and I believe that it does a lot. And so, to give my time and energy to something I believe in is worth it.
Did y'all know that his dad was a teacher? Yeah. So I asked this question in the beginning because I was just genuinely curious, what compelled these leaders to take on this responsibility, this volunteer elected position. They commit to, quote unquote, one meeting a month, which we know that's how they get you, right? It's one meeting a month. But I wanted to know what drove them, what encouraged them to take on this additional responsibility for their community and to serve in that way. As I got further in my career, I realized the importance of everyone having that voice at the table for some very empirical reasons. One, no shortage of evidence that suggests that when everyone at the table is heard, you're really going to improve outcomes. And so you look at, and I love to refer to different researches, and then I like to bring it to real life application and share how other teams have done it. And I'll mention more of it later, but look at like Google's Project Aristotle or like Collective Intelligence with Anita Woolley. They talk very specifically about what it is that helps teams perform well. And it wasn't always experience, it wasn't level of training or education per se. It was how well could they share the floor. And then one, which is a soft skill, how well could they empathize and understand one another? And so when you hear someone's motivation, you find out what drives them and really makes them move, it improves your chances of behaving empathetically towards one another. And I thought that was fascinating. Google invested a lot of time and energy stalking basically their own teams, trying to find out what made a high-performing team. And you see several researchers corroborate this notion that when we can all share the floor, everyone has a chance to speak up. And when we can kind of anticipate those nonverbal communication skills and say, you know what, let me respond to that. Not just know, but respond to it. They were successful teams. I thought that was incredible. And so if you were just appointed a week ago or a day ago, or if you've been on the board for a number of years, your voice is very important. And my goal as a facilitator is to make sure that I model the way that you're going to model for your community. So I want to give time to make sure everyone has a chance to speak up and share. My goal is to talk as little as possible. This works when you all talk, and you will be doing quite a bit of talking and thinking as well and planning. But I wanted to kind of lead by example, the way that I know you already kind of work when you do this kind of effort. But for those who might be watching and want to know what you are about, I want to give a chance to emphasize those. If there are things that sound elementary or even redundant, realize it's not just for you. It's for the people that you lead, for the folks who might sit here after you. So keep that in mind. For the whole community, right? Professional learning community. That being said, you can imagine I've got some, I think, funny responses to that question over 10 years. I'm going to share a few of them. I think I have about a half dozen sprinkled in throughout. I'm going to share two before we get started to kind of keep you awake in case your coffee is kind of wearing off. One of them I asked, what compelled you to run for the board? And this guy told me, you know what? I plead temporary sanity, had a lapse in judgment. I thought it'd be a great idea. I ran for the board. The results started coming in. And when I saw that I won, I thought, oh my gosh. I came back to my senses. What did I do? He says, the work started piling in. I'm 6 months into it, a year into it. I'm thinking, this is the craziest thing I've done. He said, but I love it. The people I work with, I don't fully understand them, but their intentions and their goals, it's pretty neat. And they kept coming back year after year after year, multiple terms. I thought that was interesting, but it does convey a lot of sentiment, right, for board members who like, you know what, I was going to get on there, serve, and do all these things, and I'm learning. It doesn't quite work that way, but the way it's designed to work is actually quite effective. That's my statement. I'll share the results. Another one that made me laugh was teacher, retired teacher, bless your heart, you educators, you don't quit. Thankfully, you don't quit. A teacher told me, well, I was a teacher. I retired on a Friday, and I woke up Saturday morning, had a panic attack. And she thought, oh, I can't leave my babies. I've been with them so long. I've served them. I've cared for them. Who's going to look out for my babies? And someone told her, you can be a substitute teacher. She said, nope. I'm not ready to go back into the classroom, but I want to serve in some other way. She thought about it, decided to run for the board. Kept coming back. Which reminds me, there's another question that I had to ask or tack on to this. What keeps you coming back? If this is only your second meeting, you've still consciously decided to come back, think about that one. I'm going to ask you a little bit later. But so far, we have 2 board members kind of share their why. One, I didn't know what I was getting into. Another, I panicked. I wanted to serve and love my kids, and I thought this was a way to do it. So keep those in mind. You have about 4 more that I'll share. So when I heard you talk about some of the things that moved you, I'm going to make just a quick short list. One of you mentioned, several of you mentioned, we want to support our teachers. If we can support the people who are supporting the campus level leaders, who are supporting the ones in the classroom, we can improve the system. I love to make connections. So one I'll make on that note is this idea from the, I think it was mid to late 90s, when researchers wanted to understand what it is that boards do to improve student outcomes. Because it was believed they're too far up the hierarchy, right? They know what teachers do, clearly. It was noted that when they create conditions for success, I know it sounds generic, but that's very specifically the board consciously deciding, you know what, if one-to-one is where we're headed, and it's going to be a pretty hefty financial undertaking, we still want to find a way to do it. If teachers are sharing over and over again that they need additional supports, we have to shift things around. We have to do what we can to create conditions for success. If this is going to help us go further and longer, and it may be a tough decision, we're going to do that, right? Another one was this idea of systems. I think Dr. Clark mentioned this idea of systems. I won't go deep into it, but if you've read the governance core or you've done any of the earlier literature on governance decisions and leadership, you'll hear about a systems thinking, a systems mindset. And I'll be quite candid. For the learning experience, I've seen districts where one person leaves and then a process or an approach or performance crumbles because the system was a person as opposed to something that was transferable and sustainable. So I'm glad when I hear, well, you know, if we can focus on system, that's going to be a good idea. And then Trish mentioned didn't have a consistent learning environment. There's a great book called Unfulfilled Expectations, and it sought to understand the progress students make when they have a consistent learning environment. They didn't call it consistent, they call it high support, but it was the exact same thing. Did they have a teacher who was delivering high quality instruction year after year, and did that kid go from that teacher to another teacher who delivered high quality instruction? They call it a high support classroom. Long story short, in a high support environment, they watch kids who came from low support homes make a year's progress in reading and math. It was incredible because you think typically the kids who come from low support homes statistically don't always make the progress. Our state recognizes that, which is why you see the comparison of outcomes to the proportion of kids who are on free or reduced lunches, right? But it was incredible. And I have to add, I can't ignore this, when kids went from a high support home, a home where education was really promoted, it was talked about, and homework was emphasized, but went into a low or mixed support classroom, 100% of the kids didn't make the progress. And so we think oftentimes the kids from high support homes, they get it easier, and they do, for a number of reasons, right? But it was a powerful testament to how important our role is in creating learning environments that really do challenge every kid. Doesn't matter whether they come from a high support home or a low support home. That was telling. And so I think only 80% of the kids from high support homes who went into low or mixed support classrooms made that full year growth. We have work to do all across the state. If you have kids who are starting off at this level, the challenge is to go higher. If we don't do our best, we don't allow our kids to do our best. And I know you have that written in your own way as you describe your motivation for the cascading POCs. I think it's doing everything you can so our kids can achieve anything, if I'm right. Fix it for me, please. I have it on there. We'll see you later. So enough preaching. So let's talk about what we're going to do today. We're going to do a lot of stuff, 3 hours, a lot of stuff is going to be said, a lot of words shared. I want to make sure that we all understand kind of the end result. My goal is to support you as you build specifically on your foundation of learning as a team. I know you are thinking about yourself as a PLC, you and the district level leadership. My goal is to build on that foundation. You took some assessments. I know I'm going to recommend you take some more with the newer board member coming here, but just kind of spoiler alert, they were pretty outstanding, very encouraging, and I'll share more about that in a second. So you obviously have a great approach to learning and leadership and developing. I want to add to that by encouraging you to think about what it is that you want to learn as a board. I know that district business brings you tasks, it brings you conversations and topics, but there ought to be things for a visionary leadership body to choose their own volition that you want to learn. And so we'll talk about that specifically, and then invite you to kind of get input from your administrators. Develop an ideal reading or learning list. We don't care about specific bodies of literature, but you choose the topics and then work together, kind of figure out the best source for that. So we'll be talking, that's the main goal. I do want to lead out with definitions of high-performance team or kind of defining team success. Not that you don't have it, clearly you do. But again, for those watching, I want them to kind of see us engage in the conversation about what it is that makes a high-performing team. I'll share some perspectives that I've gained over the years and then some of the literature as well. But ultimately, I want to hear you all kind of come up with your shared definition of team success and what a high-performing team is for you. The second one I've already mentioned, I want you to develop a preliminary list of learning topics, things that you think would just inspire you in your role as leaders, and things you think you might need to handle the district's business going forward. And then the last one I feel like is a great conversation in the team building setting. It's about mutual expectations. Very simple question. You all cannot do your work without one another. And so we'll talk briefly about what it is you need from each other, from your respective roles to succeed in your roles. Depending on how we're going on time, I might jump ahead to the third one. I'll make sure I leave at least the last 30 minutes or so. I want to get to that one. But again, the goal is not to finish everything today, but to set things in motion and to add a bit to what I think is an incredible foundation from my perspective that you all have here. Questions, thoughts, comments? All right, without further ado, let's go forward. So I have a question I want you to kind of think about. You can pick one of these and answer it, or all of them. After you've thought about it, just feel free to turn on your microphone and share your perspective. Even make a note if you want to on your paper. Keep in mind the value of everyone talking, so I will call you out if you're too quiet for too long. For the good of the team.
Statute defines those goals. You have to do the ISOs, right? Improving student outcomes. And then they have very specific measurables in areas they want us to measure. And I think that's the definition of the board operations, but that's the success, right? I feel like there's some parts of that are very true. You just laid them out in here about focusing on learning and where you come from in the community or whatever's going on in your household. It shouldn't matter, the learning that you end up getting here.
Sure.
And so I think there's that there, but I think that can also be the way it's defined in statute. There's also some hindrances, I think,
Sure.
to really being able to achieve that goal well.
So you think, according to number 3, the statute to a good degree defines what board success is?
I think it tells you what you do as a successful board. I don't think it
I
uses
got
the
you. I
word
see what you're saying.
successful.
Sure,
I think it says these are the things we want you to do as a board.
Got you.
And when
Good.
you listen to them, they're like, and if you do these things, you'll improve learning. You'll do the things you're supposed to be doing as a board, right? So, yeah.
Good. Other thoughts?
I mean, I think ultimately at a macro level, it's growth in your district. Like it's a success in terms of concrete outcomes for students and staff, that things are working. But I think I'm trying to figure out how you would concretely measure this one, which is there is a continuity and for lack of a better word, smoothness in the interaction between the board and administration so that you're not pushing against each other in an unproductive way, but that you're actually like extending each other's work in a consistent rhythm, I guess. So I don't know how you would define that in terms of like how you would measure that, but.
I'm glad you mentioned that one because, again, my understanding in observing and listening to the way you work, you all do that. I was talking to Ms. Cruz, or Dr. Cruz, and watching her lay out the kind of work that you're going to do following this, I thought this level of cohesiveness between the board and then that district level leadership is something you don't see in every district, but it is very, very well very much needed. And so the governance core calls it cohesiveness, right? From the board to the next level. And so what you described is kind of what you have here. I think it's outstanding, and I guess one of the reasons I'm so excited about being here. But ultimately, if I heard you correctly, it's the smooth transition between what the board does in their oversight role into that next level, right, and back and forth. I agree. You depend on them to kind of teach you so much about your district. And I'll share the, go ahead.
And in a way that's moving us all
Yeah.
forward, so we're
Yeah.
not just kind of, you know.
And then seeing the progress from it. I would agree, absolutely. Very well founded. I'll talk about that idea specifically a bit later.
So I'm thinking about the board and district leadership working on vision, goals, focusing on student outcomes, and not just putting that on a shelf, but that in everything that we do, those are all brought into the fold. And so it's.
And it's an ongoing conversation at the front of.
Yes, it's ongoing and it's being used and implemented.
Yeah. And you mentioned kind of moving forward, the growth coming out of that collaboration. Absolutely. Anyone else want to share which question they answered and how they kind of defined it? Or add to their response?
I think that how do you define success as a board, I'm going to be interested to hearing what my fellow board members say, make sure I listen well. Because last night there was a discussion about, are you, as a board member, is the point of the discussion to just win a vote? Or is the point of a discussion to, share thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Then again, this is a board with a lot of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you successfully, for me, I think success is something about, somewhere in here about more the sharing thoughts to be able to come together on solutions on how we're working forward. And I know my thoughts alone only get better with other people's inputs.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to say also, to be vulnerable, I also want my thought in there, right?
Absolutely.
And so it's how do we build and move forward? And I think that would be successful for a board. But I'm not really sure, does the rest of the board members feel that way? Or is success just coming in, making sure we do a vote and get out of Dodge? Or where's the medium ground? So
I'm glad that you mentioned you want to hear your colleagues' definition of success. It's very important. Good. If not at this particular time, at some point, do have this conversation in an ongoing fashion. Because you're right, again, that's why I led out the way that I did, making sure everyone who feels comfortable and wants to speak up at that time has a chance to share. The next question, and if you want to share again, don't hesitate. Say, hey, Oren, let's go back to that one question. I want to share something. Does board development influence success? We've talked about what success is. Here's our definition. The state has some say in kind of what success or what a successful board does. If that's how I define success, does board development, capacity building, learning, whatever you want to call it, does it influence success? Absolutely. Everyone says absolutely. You sure about that? 100%? Okay.
I think maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It depends. Sure.
I think maybe it depends. I'm more of a B. I think there's somewhat, but I think there's also a lot of other factors
Mhm.
that come in, and there's the reality that you're not going to, there are outside forces that are impacting the work that we do.
Sure.
So I think just with board development alone, that's not, I think it will influence success to a point. I'm not
Good.
going to say that that's the all, be
Yeah.
all. I think I'm more in the maybe.
What would be the glue or the catalyst that could potentially push that maybe to an absolutely, just categorically or thematically?
I'm just going to say the elephant in the room, there's only 6 board members here. So, I mean, you can have 6 board members go and do, all this great board development, but we're a team of 8. And so when you don't have someone who's invested into board development and doing, what we're here on a Saturday, it's kind of hard to make it an absolutely when, your team of 8 really isn't truly a team of 8.
So things like commitment, investment, and other factors really do push that forward. That's the next level when you think about just knowing but being able to execute and commit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just so as I think about it, I answered C. And so, and I definitely hear everything Gloria was saying. I think for me, it just called out doesn't influence. It doesn't guarantee. But then on the flip side, what I thought is if we don't have board development, what does it do? And that almost that certainly challenges the ability to be successful. So then in that logic, I thought it absolutely influences kind of success. And for us, I think it's really important if I think about other teams. We've been thinking this week of other teams I've been a part of, development and some of the, like it happens somewhat naturally because we're just in a room together, we're working on it all at the same time. Whereas because of open meetings and the thing, like we don't get a chance to we have to be very intentional for this to happen versus in some other teams, it happens a little bit more organically.
I think I would like to make a new column for yes. And I say that because you can give board the board can do all of this development and structure, but if you don't have the right systems in the place and the right leader in place, then none of that matters, and then you're just spinning your wheels. And so for me, I feel like if there's a partnership, it's not just on, the board development doesn't just influence success. Like, we've got to have this other piece here with administration helping us develop this connection, this consistency, and I feel like, so for me, it's a yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I add too? I also think there's the qualifier of what type of board development, right? Because, we have governance where it talks about being on the balcony, and you talk to trustees like, yeah, it's important, we should be on the balcony, and yet, so many of us will say, but there's those fires down on the dance floor that get me down there all the time, right? And so what type of board development, and how does it help us really use and be successful is important.
But for me, I think that's where it goes back to having that administration, right? Being able to listen to their board and understand where we're going and getting us information so we're not being like, well, I need to go and figure out more because you're not giving me what I need. And so I think for me, it goes back to the yes piece, right? But it's got to have the administration being able to help us develop that success.
Do you see administration as being part of our board development?
Well, it's a team of 8, right? Superintendent is a big part of this piece.
And I think that sentiment is one of the things that I mentioned that really excited me about working with you all. The idea of the administration playing a role in board development, it's critical. If you think about what it is that boards need to know, a lot of that is informed by the system. Now, boards can learn, they can read the best books and learn all kinds of new ideas about what the next district is doing, and that's great. But until that board truly understand how its system works and what it is that administrators are doing and teachers are doing to make the system go forward, what the challenges are, they're learning things that they might not be able to apply to the work or make a more informed decision. Deep learning is one concept. The Lighthouse Inquiry specifically learned or uncovered this idea that when boards understood how 7 key conditions looked in their system, they were better able to lead that system. And guess who are the experts in those 7 key areas? Administrators. And they learned that when the board invited in, with the superintendent's blessing, designees who could teach the board about specific systems and how they looked in their district, they were leading moving systems. I call that board development. I call that board capacity building. You getting insight from your superintendent or his or her designee about how a very specific system related to school improvement efforts looks, and then you being able to support that, talk about it, and what was the other one? Make key decisions about it to hold the system accountable for a consistent learning environment. That was important. And so my response is, I agree with all of you. All of these answers are appropriate depending on, one, how it's done and what you do with it. And so I'll kind of give a spoiler alert now. I refer to this idea of collective intelligence and Anita Woolley. And again, other bodies, and I'll share kind of real-life examples. It's not so much what teams know that makes them high-performing, it's how they work. And so I wanted to very specifically point out in several observations, it wasn't just tenure or training or education that made a team successful. It was how they worked. And so any one of these, depending on a board's approach, could be accurate. But I do love, Mr. Nelson said, I think about the far end of the spectrum. If we don't develop ourselves, or any board, any team, what happens in the long run? You might find yourself being sustainable only for so long, well, not sustainable, but moving forward for only so long until the steam runs out, right? And so I think it's very important to think about. I'm going to share a couple big statements. This is one of the ones that I hope you take to heart, because this goes back to, I think, the third notion. A successful board, by definition, is one that fully understands its role as laid out in statute. And I have to say that because we didn't invent this role. You all were elected to a role, the same role that every other trustee across the state was elected to or appointed to. And so we don't get to define it, but we do get to fulfill and be stewards of it. And this is what I love. When we look at the best research, the best practices, you'll find near perfect alignment with your responsibilities outlined in the education code and the administrative code. And this was something that I think kind of came to me, in year 5 maybe. An attorney asked me, Warren, you talk about board research, all this stuff, how well does it line up with the responsibilities laid out in the education code? And I thought, well, let me go do a quick survey. It was impressive how well it's lined up. So I tell every new trustee, every veteran trustee who needs a reminder, if you want to truly understand effective governance, go back to the education code, look at sections 11, look at policies BJA, BAA, local and legal, because they're little Cliff Notes versions. Understand what the state says you're supposed to do. I don't think it's a coincidence that they're written that way. I hope over the years, educators have influenced lawmakers to the point where the best practices ended up in our education code. I think it's pretty remarkable. So as a kind of Cliff Notes version, the best, most effective approach to governance will be understanding those roles. They talk about commitment. They talk about championing your district, talk about collaboration, talk about all those things, accountability, oversight, right? Working cohesively with the leaders in the community. That's the first big claim. The other one is this idea that we look at documents that kind of make this connection between learning and board success. You took one such document, and it basically talked about your learning behaviors. Do we build upon what the other board members say? And I forgive the term is corny, co-construction, right? How well do we co-construct? But it matters, the principle of it. If I make a comment, can I build upon that other person's comment, or do I speak only to have my opinion heard? Am I truly advancing and expanding upon an idea? It matters. It's not just a good idea. It's not just polite. If you're serious about fulfilling the role, every trustee has to understand what it means to add to that conversation and expand upon it. Your thoughts or comments about this idea of learning being critical to success, of course, assuming the application of it.
I was just saying that last night we had an activity where we had to talk about a behavior that we thought helped the board work effectively and a behavior that countered that, and co-construction was my positive behavior. So I just want to kind of echo that, like, I just like a yes.
Yeah.
And this idea of like, how do we build on each other's knowledge to come to some sort of consensus, but do it, I think, kind of just what Trish was saying before, is like, how do we do that efficiently?
Efficiently, yes.
I think is my big wondering.
I used to work for a guy named Mark Mims that said he was giving me guidance as a principal about developing my leadership team in a school, and he said, when your team learns together, they become powerful. And that common learning it makes a huge difference, and that thought always stuck with me. And then as you're talking and I hear all of the board members speak, I think about the quick impact of the learning that this board, most of them, Laura just joined us, so she wasn't able to attend, but they all attended a conference on PLCs and leading that district-wide. Just attending that alone, I think, set a precedent. We went first with Gloria and a couple of us. That also set a tone of, this is important to me as well, because I know it's important to you. I think that brings that cohesiveness, but even, I don't know if you guys know this, like we went and there were 4 of us there, and Brenda and I are taking notes, like these are the things that we're hearing board members say that are important to them, and we go back and we're figuring that out. So I think there's that learning together, but it also helped us turn that into some actions of things that we can go and do, and it sets in motion actions that I do believe will impact student learning.
Absolutely, sure.
I guess I just want to add to that. Like, I had a great time at that PLC conference. I feel like we learned a lot. And I think, for me, I know our budget is what it is, but when we do, I feel like when I first got on the board, there was an emphasis for administration to go to these TASA, TASB conferences and really go to those or any conference, right? And just really, connect with the board on those, sessions and stuff. And I don't feel like we have that right now. There's no consistency. And so usually, when we go, it's just the board. And so it's really, it's just kind of like the board's learning over here and administration's going to their own thing. And I know our budget is not, unlimited, but I did like that opportunity because it gives us a chance to have those conversations that sometimes we can't have here, or we just are busy or whatever. And so that, to me, I would like to see more of that connection, which we will. We're going to NSBA, and so I'm so excited. And so to me, that is a big deal for me, just having those conferences and moments of learning with administration and the board.
All right, keep hanging in there with me. We're going to round the corner. I just want to lay a very firm foundation in terms of this idea of why we learn what we learn and why it's important to choose the very specific things.
I think one of the questions I'm wondering is, I keep connecting this to board, but then what my real knowledge base is in working with schools and at a school district level is there's a place for individual learning, but then there's also a place where we all learn together.
Yes.
And so we're all learning together the same thing, and when we unite around that thing, that brings focus and coherence. How do we balance that, I guess, or capitalize on that? Because we want every board member to individually learn. You heard as we share why we're here, everybody has a different little flavor to it. Trish brings legislative knowledge. I learn a lot from her in that realm, and others as well. Nkosi brings this strand of including parents and the community and looking at the whole family. So we don't want to lose those individualities, but then there is also that, how do we choose that one thing that we all circle around and learn about together? It's kind of a question and a statement all at the same time.
It makes perfect sense. And I think and we'll talk about that specifically, but I think it's a very great point you bring up. Again, in even hearing about your individual motivations, knowing that you're also leading the system, it's a perfect way to begin this idea of putting together a learning, I won't say syllabus, but a learning list for you all. Again, when we get to that point, your individual interest matters quite a bit. You might have an individual interest that inspires the whole team, and the whole team becomes better for that. You might decide that, I'm going to dig more into the education code and those specific roles and responsibilities. If the data points to this idea that that's effective governance, I'm going to personally look at the framework for board development and decide as an individual what I'm going to go pick in terms of conference breakout sessions when we go to NSB or wherever you're going to go. Or I might even ask my superintendent to prepare for the whole board or the board president topic on this matter. So it's a very important concept. The idea that we individually know we have things that interest us and that we can improve in, but also keep in sight of what the system is telling us is important. Again, development for the sake of development is still good. You will learn something that you might put in your back pocket for another year or two, and then it comes up in 3 years. It's like reading a proverb. It might make sense now, but it might really make more sense 5 years from now. I hope they can answer the question. It's very important. I think that individual interest and development is as important and critical to the whole team. And again, has to go back to do with the empathy, how we work together. If there's I'll save that. Yes, ma'am.
Finish your thought.
I want to wait for that one. Yeah.
As we're talking, I'm curious about, because Chris is circling around the things we're talking about as far as this kind of focus. Because I feel like when we do, we've built a lot of things from the ground up. We built the strategic plan. We had the mission. We had board ops. I mean, that really didn't even get cohesive until we started. And so I think for a while there, we were putting everything in place. So we were focusing on everything. So it feels like when you have board goals, it's like, oh yeah, policy, we're gonna focus on policy, that's a big board goal, because we're gonna work on that. And it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna work on teachers and staff, we're gonna focus on special education, we're gonna focus on, and we started, I think by focusing on all the things, is it possible that drives you further down into the weeds? And so from Chris's point of view, can you pick your one or two things, again, not thinking you're gonna not do any of the other stuff, but use your areas of expertise in it. So I'm just, if it was like, we're gonna make sure, I know this is not, but reading, everybody's gonna read at 3rd grade level. Then I would be like, okay, how's our policy at reading? And Gloria would be like, ooh, how's our staff support at 3rd grade reading? And then Nicosia would be like, well, let's talk about parent engagement at 3rd grade reading. So instead of taking all of our pieces and focusing on all of them individually, we take the one or two thing, and you still take your areas of expertise and run into there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that helps.
That is exactly what I keep talking about. I want us to figure out like some short-term and long-term goals, and then that will help drive the discussion so we're not all in, like, because we all bring different things to the table, and I can imagine what it's like for y'all trying to figure out, well, you want this, and so that's what I would like for us to try to figure out how we can get those so we do exactly what you said, and then we can lean into, you know, what we're knowledgeable, and we can bring that to the table, but still keep us right here.
I'm thinking parallel process right now of an IEP where you're not going to have 15 goals on an IEP. You're going to pick the most pressing ones that are showing up in the data and impacting the child or the student, depending on the level we're working at. And then you have objectives. There's like short-term objectives that get more specific, and your IEP team has people with all different focuses, but they're all orienting towards those goals and seeing how they can contribute. And I think modeling that at our level helps reinforce that that's what should be happening all the way down at that SPED level.
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead. I just want to go back to the reading that we did last night, which highlights this conversation and this work about this team. The goals, along with policies, set a direction and align the work of teams throughout the district, right? And so what are those wildly important goals? And I love this notion of getting down to one or two that we're putting all of our focus, all of our efforts in, and ensuring we're moving the whole district in that way, right? There's power in that.
Well, when I first joined the board in 2015, and nobody's here, so then nobody will be offended when I say this, I was told, you know, pick your 3 things. And so everybody got your 3 things, and those were the things you could focus on. Well, it still meant 7 times 3, we can count 21,
yeah.
21 things then we're all focusing on. And then if you didn't do your thing, well, then your thing wasn't going to be done, right? And so I think there is that drought. I can't think of the word right now, but like denial of having that then means you're focused, you're like struggling in the board meeting. Well, what about this? Why do we keep forgetting this? So I think if you pick the big things we're going to focus on, I don't think you have to say, oh, I still can't talk about the things that I saw or that were important, because those things still encompass all the stuff we're working on. They still encompass staff support. How are we doing it to get that goal? And how are we doing parent engagement? Instead of taking parent engagement all by itself, staff support all by itself, right? So I think there's a way to get there. And I think narrowing down would be very good. Sarah, I don't know. I think there's some.
It's kind of like Benifer.
Oh my God.
In a much different way, of course.
I absolutely love it. And I love it. And I'm glad Trish kind of this eloquently, and Dr. Clark as well, on that point. We have interests, but how do we apply them to the work that needs to be done the most? And that's why I mentioned we don't need to invent the role. We need to understand how to apply our talents to the role assigned. It's well written. And then when the district does identify priorities, the systems tells you what's important, right? Then that becomes work of the board. And I love the idea of applying your specific talents, your interests, your perspectives to it. If it's engagement, do we need to launch an engagement program? Maybe not, but we have this goal. Let's show the community how to engage in context. I don't think any district can afford to take on, 4 or 5 more parallel or divergent paths, but we can understand community engagement in a very specific context. We can understand student engagement in a very specific context, in a focused context that really does address a challenge that we have in our district. For example, I mentioned you can be forever learning, but if it doesn't address the challenges you face in your unique system, it's a missed opportunity. So perfectly pointed out. Let me share this, kind of going deeper on that point. Learning, when they looked at what learning made a difference, it was very specific. It was what does our system need, and then how do we apply learning to that issue. I want to bring another reference. I love Ronald Heifetz. He's a great researcher. You probably know Leadership Without Easy Answers. You swear it was written for school boards, and just by the title, right? But what they noticed was that when leadership wants to move the needle, they had a very specific role in orienting the other players on their role in moving that needle. And so it wasn't just, what's important to you? We're going to give that to you. No, it was, this is the challenge we're facing. Let us help orient you on your role in addressing this challenge. If it's reading, we'll use that example. You as leaders, how do you orient an entire system or a community on their contribution to improving reading? Well, it might take some time to get to it, but we'll have expectations from board members all the way down to the kid. Might be something going home with that parent, but it's not just a random broad orientation. It's about reading performance and improvement, right? Keeping that in mind. And so again, the research shows, again, not just learning for the sake of learning, but very specific topics, deep learning about your system, the governance core, the 7 conditions and Lighthouse research, and one that I'll bring local, I say local to Texas. Do you have any kind of ambassador program where you teach the community about the board role, okay? So you're familiar with that concept. One district.
I don't think we teach them about the board role.
About how the district works?
About how the district
Okay,
works.
good, adequate. Right, perfect, excellent. So one district noticed, and they've been doing it for a decade or plus, they noticed that they see the gains on the board. And for them, over the last 11 or 12 years, every board member who was elected had been through the program. It's not a requirement, obviously, but the community showed how important that investment was. And so they kind of vote with their feet, right? And so they say, you know what? We believe the people who've been through the program make the best board members. And so it just happened to be that way. So I love that idea. Again, learning about your system, coming in with a head start, kind of hitting the ground running, very important. All right, so that being said, one more concept, and then I'll check in with you for a break before we go to the next phase. This is important. Teams who recognize, just being aware that there are multiple stages of development actually improves effectiveness. And this goes back to learning what dynamics matter. Co-construction. Are we safe? It's a buzzword. Some people might be turned off by it, but the truth of the matter is, if you don't feel like you're going to be received well, if you make a comment, you might be quiet the whole year, a whole meeting, right? But how do we respond to different ideas? How to respond to ideas in general? Will I feel silly because it's a larger district and the meetings are live streamed and I'm afraid to speak up, right? All of that matters. But the truth is, the work that you elected to do, it has to be done. And so recognizing that there are stages to development was actually important to that team reaching the next stage of development. And so my goal across the state is to let every team know if you're experiencing some challenges, don't just automatically say, man, we are off or we're wrong here. Every team should realize that you might just be in that growth stage, that forming or storming stage. It doesn't mean things are broken. It just means you have to deliberately learn how to engage. And I love Nikosi's idea when he said, it was early on, you mentioned, what happens if we don't develop, right? What happens if we don't understand that, wow, it just could be growing pains, the proverbial classic growing pains. It makes a big difference. You all, I'll say this now, you took a team development assessment and your performance was exceptional. You were in the performing stage. And now every district needs to know, every board team needs to know, it doesn't mean that you are not without a challenge and that it just means that you are operating in a very effective manner and that whatever you're working on, you're gonna eventually get there if you don't digress, right? It's an encouragement to you, so give yourself a little finger snap, hand clap. I don't know what you do here, right? Do what you want to do. But it's important to realize that. We've given that assessment across the state, and again, fewer than 5 or so I can count on one hand, have shown to be in that stage 4 performance. It's a great place to be, and it's not by accident. It sounds like an intentional approach to honoring the way you learn and the way you engage is paying off. So again, we're building on that foundation.
Can I say something to
Yes,
that?
go ahead.
So one, I'm relatively new to the board. I know some of our more kind of seasoned board members, Gloria, Trish, Sade even, and Anna, like work to get us where we are. And I just want to call out that we have such a focus on continuous improvement.
Yeah.
We never stop to like acknowledge where we are because we're always focused on where we want to be. And so I just think it's important for us to just pause and just know that like we are doing some things that are really right and we're on the right track. And just although we're not where we want to be, like we're on the road to get there. So I just wanted to kind of like everyone to kind of like pause and acknowledge that.
That is PLC doing the celebration. That's so cool.
You're already practicing the celebrations.
All right. So, good deal. I'm glad you shared that because, again, sometimes we look at the 10 to 20% that we're trying to achieve, and that back there, I mean, it is a great foundation. And I think for a group focused on continuous improvement, it's easy to say, man, we just keep, what's the word? We're striving, but we've also succeeded in many ways. And so you look at the striving portion, and that's all you see. You think, where are we? Well, let's look back to make sure. Okay, so the first part, we've got it out of the way. I want to do a quick wrap-up on why that's important in team building session. I want to make sure we emphasize the importance of roles and responsibilities. And I do that confidently because it lines up with the best we know. All the effective governance practices, you want to know what they are? You can read a research book, or you can look at the education code and understand your respective roles and commit to that. Learning makes a difference to a board, any high-performing team, but the glue is how they work. And then very specifically, learning about what it is they're expected to lead. We don't need to invent the role of the superintendent or the board member. We need to understand it and then go through the challenge and the melding process, the bonding process of respecting each other well enough to get the work done and doing that, and then, of course, applying that continuous improvement process. I'm going to check in with you to see if you want a quick break. Take a quick break, and when we come back, and this is where I'm going to close my mouth, and I'm going to let you do a lot of thinking and talking about what it is that you need to be focusing on next for the next phase of your success. Sound good? All right. President, I'll let you determine when they're going to come back.
Oh, this will be fun. Let's take a 13-minute break.
I'll have something for you at your desk when you come back.
It is 9:24 a.m. and the board is back from my break. Oren Moore from TASB, take it away.
All right, so now we're gonna work. Here's a part where I told you we're gonna do some work, and I want to kind of give us a bucket, if you will, to carry the work in, because again, I feel like there's a lot gonna be said. We can easily lose sight of where we are, kind of why we're even talking about this. But the goal is, again, to deepen your approach to how you're learning. And quite specifically, I want to invite you all to create a preliminary learning journey for yourself, and specifically topics that you want to learn about. You're going to see in a second that it's very important that administrators in the room participate in this process as well, because again, they have information and knowledge about what it is that you should be aware of. I think a very important role they play is keeping you privy to what's coming down the pipes, right? They know the system. That's their job, to manage the system, to do the work and make sure everyone has they need to do the work. And so they are a very important part of your information, right? Providing information, a very important resource of information. So that's the goal. I think it starts with the why. Again, I asked you kind of what compelled you to run for the board or accept an appointment or go in education, bring your talents to education. You already have a good why. And so I want to kind of take a moment to get some of your feelings about your why, kind of how it was developed, and just open the floor for a conversation about it. And what I'm thinking about specifically is, I'll make sure I get it right this. I'm going to go 4 right quick. I know this isn't your only why, but it's one that really stuck out to me when you think about your approach to PLCs. You're supporting your students as they prepare themselves for anything. I love it. So much wrapped up in there. Kids should be prepared enough to make a choice to do what they want to do, not just choose what they were limited to do, right? So think about that. What does that mean to you? Talk about how it was developed. And then I would ask you kind of just to take a moment to individually expand on why it's important for you to develop individually and as a team. Why is it important for you to develop individually and as a team?
Do you want us to write on here or you want us to talk?
You can write for a moment if you want to.
Oh, sorry.
Write for a moment, yeah. And you can see a few guiding questions there, 1 through 3. If it helps you to answer the question in that context, then feel free to do that and then share out. So I know we're not at the genesis. I mean, you've been doing this work for a while. So let's talk a bit about, I guess, thinking historically. Why has this PLC approach been important? Some of the learning that you've had so far, why is it important? What do you hope would be some of the greatest outcomes of the effort you put in so far? Again, this is not just your why from ground one. I know you've been building on this. What are some of the thoughts and responses? How did you develop it? What mood?
So in regards to PLC right now, what we just wrote?
Right, huh? Yeah.
I think for me, the work we're doing in the district is some great work. It's happening, but I feel like as a board member, so I got to be part of the leadership retreat where we did this whole PLC one-day conference. 2-day or 1 day, I can't remember. Yeah, 1 day. And that was my aha moment of like, oh my gosh, all this great work and a lot of the conversations we have at the board level, it's happening, but it's not getting up to us. And so I felt like here we are up here and everything below us is happening. And it's that data where it's going up, going down, but then it stops here. And I think for me, being able to align with our district administrators to the PLC work they're doing, and then be able to remove that barrier, we'll be able to get the board to have those discussions at that high level and be able to get that data we want and be able, I feel like, to have a more robust conversation. And I feel like for me, we as a board will be able to see that needle per se move rather than just, we're just kind of all up. I feel like right now we're just in here, like what Trish said, everyone has their own, passions and whatnot. And we're just up here kind of, throwing stuff out. But I feel like if we can get that alignment with the district, with the work they're already doing, I feel like it'll get us more aligned.
I didn't even write this down, but it's coming to me as you're speaking. To build on what that, thinking on top of that, we are representatives of the community. And I think about what's been surprising for me was that I had no idea as a community member what was being done within administration down. And I think part of that is that it wasn't making it up to the board. And so the thinking of it this way, the community doesn't know what's happening because the board doesn't know, and it's not being talked about. And so how do we, thinking about the importance of that, removing those barriers in communication so that not just the board is aligned and aware of where we're going and the progress that we're making, but that the community is aware. And I think that's huge to building trust with your community, that they know you're working on the things that are important to them. And trusting that the board is advocating on their behalf for those things that are important to them. That's just what it's kind of.
I'm curious about that, just because I love the way you asked that, right? Is that the community, when you run in a campaign, like they're electing you to do something, right? And sometimes it feels like I have a need or I have something I want to bring to your attention, right? But if we as a board say, but we're gonna focus on, I don't know, these 2 things or three things, and we're not coming off of those issues, I think there's also this educational component to the community of like, okay, admin's gonna focus on that. We need them to do that because these are the 3 areas that are actually gonna improve everything, and it will get to there. Is that how you see it? Or help me, that's my thing, is like, because I feel like we get the retreat going, we're like, yes, we're all going in this direction, and then we get to the board meeting, it's like, yeah, but you need to understand, I just had somebody call me, and this is an issue. We need to talk about X, Y, Z, right?
I think about it that we have to reorient we have to engage the community in aligning towards this focus. So, there's been books I've read about how in successful organizations, everyone is in on the mission. So you walk into that organization and every person in the organization sees how what they're doing supports that goal and that mission. And to me, it's how do we are like representatives of the community, but we need to engage the community in that laser focus as well, and make sure everybody understands, because they play a role they are part of that organization as in a larger sense in orienting towards that goal. And so just like we understand that there might be priorities that we have as an individual board member, but that we're choosing that we're going to focus on this piece, it doesn't mean we disregard things outside of that, but in our everyday work, we're really trying to build towards that. And I think if we can help the community join us in that process, and I think it helps with that. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it makes perfect sense. Again, it goes back to the concept, alignment, you can call it alignment, role orientation. Either way, again, all the evidence shows that it needs to be intentional. And so when Laura was talking about this idea, and Anna mentioned it too, if there isn't an adequate exchange of information, here's the board, we're at this level, all these great things are happening, we don't know, can we do our jobs really well? I mean, you can get so far, but at some point, administration and the system will need the support of the board. And your role, which you don't get to ignore or go derelict on, is accountability. That's a very important part of it. How do you hold the system accountable if you aren't informed about how things are going, right? How do you know what questions to ask? If you know a consistent or high support learning environment makes a difference, and your superintendent is saying, here's how we're doing it, here's how we're doing it, but the board is not quite, for whatever reason, fully able to understand and support that, then again, there's a missed opportunity. So that role orientation or alignment becomes very important. And this is just a bit of a preachy moment. I feel like it's hard work because there is no one way to do it. I feel like that's probably one of the most missed opportunities is truly orienting the community on why the district is doing what it's doing and then getting that buy-in. You're talking to some very busy people with a lot of balls in the air. And so this is a public meeting they can watch. It's convenient. They could be here in person, but they have things going on, right? So this is common across the state. It's the reality of the work that we do. We probably have to work as board leadership teams 100 times harder just to get across some of the basic key information, right? You can send it out different ways, text, app, email, phone, but people are busy. That's the reality of the work that we do. So one of the challenges, it doesn't mean the board is not doing a great job in something or not, but it's the reality of communicating a very complex mission and a system to some very busy constituents.
Just this conversation is making me think about, we are coming to the end of our strategic plan. We're in year 4, and we are planning right now for kind of that next iteration and that opportunity of going back out and engaging with our community around hopes and dreams and really allowing the board to, based off of that feedback, to set that vision and the new goals and as we move forward. So just there's an opportunity here to do exactly what you're saying, right?
I included a few just key things to think about for a board that is in the early stages of kind of understanding why they're going to invest time and commitment to improving cohesiveness and learning about their system or taking a collaborative POC approach. But the big reminders for any board is to make sure that it involves whole board input. Right? Again, we kind of started with that idea. We're going to be better when we all have perspective. It's going to improve buy-in. The other one is thinking about who else should play a role in that why. And I say this carefully. The board has a responsibility to make sure the system moves forward. They were elected for that reason. Their role, again, laid out clearly. They have to be responsive, but that's quite different than being reactive. And it's a tough challenge. How do you find the balance between being responsive to the community? Because you've taken their resources, their money, and their kids, and we owe them conversation, owe them information, we owe them our ear and our responsiveness. And then the system that we're charged by law to oversee has a unique set of needs, and it needs our attention in different ways. That balance, I won't even pretend to say how to strike it perfectly, but there are some very deliberate things that every leadership team has to consider to make sure that the community feels that balance. For example, Dr. Grissom mentioned that time is coming up where we very intentionally ask the community what they want. Sometimes it's orienting the community and saying, we have very specific ways for you to get your voice heard. Please use those channels. Our job is to make sure we manage the flow of information and the needs of the entire community. That means we look at the district needs, the kids' needs, community needs, parents' needs, kids' voice, parents' voice, And we're doing our best to strategically align and respond so that we still move the system forward. It can be complex. There's no one easy way to do it. But again, every board has to think about who are those additional contributors? How to make sure that we stay aware and in touch. Not just improve public perception, but the reality that we're honoring the community. Anyone want to share very quickly why they're willing to undergo or continue this approach to development individually and as a board? Anyone want to share the reason they wrote down?
So I look at it as a way to continually get reminded about effective governance for the benefit of the system as a whole. Because otherwise, without the board development, I can start falling into bad habits. Yeah.
So true.
I think for me, it's one as board president, it's really to try to figure out how to facilitate and guide the board during some of these conversations we're having, but also just the landscape of public education in Texas, because we just keep getting thrown everything. And I think also for us as a board, I think it helps gives us a strong foundation to handle those hard decisions and whatever keeps getting thrown at us. So I think that's why I think it's important for us to keep growing as a board. There's always something, and that landscape is forever changing here. And I think we just have always got to be ready to pivot when we need to pivot.
I put that learning is at the core of what we do, and so it's us modeling learning. And so I just put that it's important for the adults in the system to learn as well, and it's important for us to model that throughout the entire system.
Yeah. Makes sense. If we are telling kids, you come here because the learning you're going to experience is going to help you be successful in life and help you achieve dreams, I think we got to apply the same thing to all of us here, myself included. I'm going to put the administration on the spot. I'll ask you a yes or no question. One of the board members mentioned that the alignment is important. When board members learn about what you're doing and why you're doing it, it makes for a better system. Would you agree with that? Yes? And so if you were to answer for the board why they would hopefully be interested in this development effort and kind of collaborating with you, it would be because it makes our jobs easier. Right? It supports us in the heavy lifting that we're doing, and then we get to support you in the heavy lifting that you're doing as well as a board. Good deal. All right, so we talked about your why. I love the way you have it here. And I know, again, this isn't your specific mission, but it's one of the drivers here. I love that because, again, we don't fully know what jobs exist, what opportunities exist, but if we are our best, we can help our kids achieve what we don't even know exists yet. I love that. And you recognize there's a very direct link to it. All right, quick check-in before we go forward. Before I share this, Sade mentioned, and I love this, this is a reminder to keep governance practices at the forefront of what we do. Because when things get stressful, we kind of forget it. I'm going to share, it's kind of funny, but not. I had a very brief career in basketball. I was pretty good. I could dunk once upon a time. That was probably 20 pounds lighter and some healthier knees. One thing I noticed about our team is that we were good at running plays in practice, but when we came up against a really tough opponent, that went out the window. And the same guys I'd practiced with, but also played street ball with in the courts before, Friday night football games and band, we did the same old stuff that we did. No plays, we just reverted, because it was stressful. We quickly forgot the plays and we just went to, we're gonna just improvise, right? But I love that. That's a very important reminder. Every solid team has to stop and say, okay, what is effective governance? Is this conversation efficient? Even if I feel like it's important, am I willing to lay that down personally so that the work of the district truly is the spotlight? This is one testament of this. I asked a board member, so what compelled you to get on the board? He says, Orrin, before I got elected, I would come to the meetings, I would sit in the back and even make public comment occasionally, and I thought about all the stuff I would change when I got on the board. He said, I made a list. And he says, that was back in the day before I got elected when I was just a regular human. I said, regular human? I said, what's the difference now? He's like, people don't treat me like I'm a person. He says, they think I have all this power to just change things at the stroke of a pen. He said, they think that we have all this money that we're getting paid under the table. And I told him, you can request an information. We don't get paid, I promise you. He says, they think we hired the most inept teachers, as if we have a stack of applications this tall and we take the best ones and throw them in the shredder and we hire the bottom of the stack. They have no idea how hard we work to recruit top talent and then hire the best we can get to apply, and that we go out and try to get them, and that if they don't meet initial standards, we grow them up, and it takes time. They'll understand all this hard stuff that we're doing as a board member. I kid you not, I said, "Who do they remind you of?" And he paused, he said, "Oh man, they kind of sound like me before I got elected and found out what happens." But he said, "It's like I'm a superhuman. I'm no longer regular. I get stopped also, right? The reality." But about 20 years on the board now, he served, kept coming back. The work was tough, but that common thread you hear in all his responses. The other one was, and this I'll be honest, it shook me. I trusted, and so here's why I begin to ask, what keeps you coming back? And so I'm going to take a moment to let a couple of you share. He said, "You know what? I would watch the meetings that were live streamed, so it was a larger district, and they would disappear and go in there, and I never knew what was really happening in closed session." She says, "I wanted to get on the board and find out what was happening." Kid you not, again, just for learning. This is not to highlight any, this is for learning, so no judgment. She said, "Honestly, I was strongly considering just going to 2 meetings and then not coming back for the rest of my term. I was going to do 1 regular session, go in executive session, scratch my itch." He says, "But the work was so impressive. It was hard work, and it was needed. And the more I learned about the system, the more I felt committed." Also on the board now, some 30 years. Hard work, but kept coming back. And so that's why I began to ask, what keeps you coming back? Because she had not planned, or he had not planned to come back. And so I want to take a moment just to hear from a couple of you. What keeps you coming back? What keeps you coming back? What has kept you coming back? You don't get to the doctorate level just day 2 of the job. What has kept you coming back?
Yeah, I think what keeps me back is the importance of the work. Like, I mean, when you're, I am invested in public education, and I am concerned with the current environment in which public education is trying so hard to provide for the students, and to be a part of that, and to be able to help and do something. It's like, man, if you can help, get out there and help. And so, yeah, it's important, and that's why I keep coming back.
Good deal. Thank you.
I think for me, I keep coming back because if I wasn't here, I'd be that parent. Because I was that parent. And I think for me, if it's not someone, then who else? Like, I've seen the good and the bad of this district. Everybody knows. And I think my motivation now has changed from when I first ran to when I got, when I ran for re-election. And I think why I wanted to run again, because I got to see, oh my God, I'm gonna cry, don't hate me. I got to see like the actual system do something amazing for my child. And so when he got here, he was a child that was not succeeding and was, pushed aside, and to see him follow through that system with the supports, but also the advocacy and pushing the board and getting those policies in place, and to see where he's at now, that is why I wanted to run again. Because if it can happen to me, just a parent who used to come to every board meeting and yell at these 2 all the time, and Sarah as well, then I feel like any kid can have any possibility, because I saw it with my own eyes. I won't cry anymore.
No. Anna, no, thank you for being vulnerable. And I just want to say, because I don't know if people were listening, you're not saying things were different for your child. Your child experienced a difference because of the changes that you advocated for, that you worked on with the board to make. And there were system changes that helped every kiddo in that environment. And that's how you saw that happen. And that's amazing.
In a very similar way, in my professional life, I do a lot of walking with families on the fringes, and the families who feel like there isn't a place for them in public education. And I think that what keeps me coming back is the opportunity to contribute to developing a system where everyone belongs and everyone feels welcome, and that every child is seen for who they are as an individual, and they're allowed, or their potential is fostered. And it's so much more than academics. It's like their educational development. which is not just like, do you learn to read and write and do math? It's, do you know how to work in a team? Do you know how to push through challenges when it gets frustrating? Do you know how to communicate effectively? Do you know how to relate to other people? Because all of those things, I can guarantee you, are going to get you a lot further than the stuff you've memorized. And I see this district doing a lot of really amazing things for those families and those kids who are on the edges. And I see the drive and the willingness to do more. And so it feels like a very pivotal point for this district. And the opportunity to be a part of that is what it's what brought me here. I don't know if I've been around long enough to keep coming back because I'm new, but it's what continues to encourage me to keep going.
Let's talk about what we're going to learn and what interests you. As you think about developing criteria for what you want to learn, how you want to spend your time, things you might ask of your administrators, or sources you might pursue to provide, again, information to you so you can succeed in your role. Here are a few, I'm going to call them, I hope you consider as non-negotiables. One, I think the statute affirms it. The big one is keep it focused on oversight. Even when you do deep learning, the role of a board member is never to learn about a system in a manner so that they can run the system. It's to hold the system accountable, right? We can do deep learning about a system, but what's the focus? Well, your oversight role is pretty clear. Accountability, evaluation, progress measure, right? All that kind of focus. The other one is do your best to incorporate metrics. You've already taken 2 assessments, right? One based on the framework for the board development framework. Make it goal-oriented. Keep track of it. If you know that something matters, makes a difference, set a goal for yourself. And again, there's no one way to do it, but just internally think about what would be an appropriate goal. If the first year goal is to just get through the list of things that we've committed to learning about, that's great. If you want to take it a step further and begin to draw connections between what you're learning and executing and how that's supporting staff, great. I know one, and this is not a prescription, one district decided, you know what, we're going to do a 360 evaluation. As we improve as a board, we're going to be vulnerable and ask our cabinet members, the superintendent's cabinet members, for feedback on how we're doing and honoring that relationship. So again, think about in the future. And this is stuff that hopefully lives beyond you all, again, because that's the nature of your work, is strategic. And then, of course, incorporate a review. Just a few basic criteria. So without further ado, let's talk about some things that you want to learn. One, we'll take into account the foundational things, the ones required by law. The second one, here's where it begins to be board choice. Again, you're going to bring a lot of work comes to you, but what is it that you need? Keep in mind some of your interests, aspirations. For example, learning about specific conditions for school renewal, those kind of things matter. And here's where I think it really pivots. I'm going to invite you to invite management. I know that sounds redundant. Because we've been talking about the alignment between the board and management and the work that they do via the superintendent, through the superintendent kind of bringing you information or designees to kind of present. We're going to talk about what the management contribution would be. What do they think would be important for you as a board to know? I think it's important because it aligns with the forecasting needs of the district. They know that data well. It'll improve your technical and tactical expertise, right, as you ask deeper and more penetrating questions and talk about more important matters. And then I think it's important, yes, the superintendent is your one employee, but I do think a strong relationship between you and the superintendent models everything else in the district. And then, of course, when cabinet members come to present or engage with you or collaborate with you in your learning process, you see a stronger relationship. So on your papers, take a moment to talk about what you hope to learn, what you need to learn in the next 1 to 2 years. I know it's broad, it's preliminary. So it's going to be on I know I'm jumping around, it's going to be on step 3. If you need more room, go ahead and get some additional, you have legal pads or other paper there? But this is a brainstorming activity. Think about what it is you want to learn. I want to share out with this as well because I think management has ideas for what they want to bring to your attention. based on challenges that might be coming down the road, challenges you're facing now. Do the best you can to think fairly strategically, far out. And then one more comment, and I'll just be quiet so you can concentrate. There are a few guiding questions here. What are your most significant challenges, right? What challenges are we anticipating? And then once you've gotten some of those, I want to hear from board members and school leaders in the room, administrators in the room, and we'll talk about some of that. And be prepared to share the rationale, the why behind that for you. Okay? Thank you. So I would love for everyone in the room to share theirs, and then kind of, if they have the rationale already, briefly tell why. You are welcome to not to, but I would just like for everyone to. Here's what I will ask. Whether you share or not, I would like to get these written down and either given to your board president and/or acting superintendent. I hope in the future, the whole board will be able to look at these, have a discussion to prioritize which ones they want to do immediately. Again, and then move forward with that. It need not be in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Again, I know you have things that you're working on. But if it's important to you and it's important to the system, at some point it probably should be discussed. So we'll take a moment, again, in any order you want. Let's hear from the board members and especially the administrators. I don't think it's an issue. I know sometimes people are sensitive about the board absolutely leading and them sending everything down to the administrators. But I think that lacks. I think boards should readily be open to hear what administrators think are the key challenges and make them aware of potential areas of interest in terms of learning or focus, okay? So let's make sure we hear from everyone in the room. Sound good? All right.
For me, just because it's of top of mind right now, is we have a new structure with vouchers or whatever we're gonna call them, Texas Education Freedom Accounts, coming in August. That is a whole nother thing that's going on top of all the other alternate learning environments that are going on. So I'm wanting to know, when I'm like, what do I really want to learn? I want to understand, like, what is admin rethinking, or really to what extent they're going on how we're going to deliver the academics or graduate profiles in learning environments that are going to be able to exist or maintain in the current environment.
I think at the top of my list was community and family engagement and understanding what does day-to-day family engagement look like, and what are the, we've been talking about what's uniform versus unified, and so what as a system do we commit to from a day-to-day family community engagement, and then also kind of what does it look like for change management projects or big projects, and what is our, like what are some best practices around engaging community on those change management projects. The other piece just was around peer review of other boards. I think a challenge is not having visibility, or we hear it anecdotally in pieces, but it's tough to know if we are doing the right thing, because it's hard to have a benchmark. And so I'd love to have something where we can go and visit other boards or study other boards or something of that nature.
All right, so I thought about where we had talked about a goal of modeling PLC as well. And so, but it's just a specific aspect of it. So I thought, like, well, I visited one before, I saw the teachers analyzing student data and making some plans accordingly. And so I just thought that at the board level, there is almost unlimited data that we could have access to. And so I just wanted to learn more about being very organized and purposeful about what to ask for, like how to better request data and how to better use it.
Oh, I have a lot, but I think for me right now in this current stage, what I'm trying to figure out is how do I align the board's goals to the PLC process that then will inform our board calendar, that will then inform our agendas. So then that way the board knows exactly what direction we're going, administration's giving us the data we need, and the board's able to ask, there's no right questions, but it keeps us in our lane, but allows us to have a healthy discussion about some very serious topics. So that's what I'm that's what I need to learn. And I'm having a hard time trying to put the pieces together, but I think this weekend is the foundation, and hearing from everybody, it sounds like we're trying to get there. So that's what I would like to learn more about.
Yeah, mine's really similar to Sade's and Anna's. I of course focused on PLCs. Earlier when one of the discussions, I was just thinking about how do we make make the work of the board, the work of district administration, and the work of campuses not seem like three separate things. And I think that's kind of what you're saying is, so there's this notion, and Brenda shared a graphic with us last night of where goals filter down and data filters up in a system. And I think I've been thinking about that a lot since we went to the Solution Tree Conference of how do we make that practically happen? I love the concept. I think there's power in it. But how do we come up with some goals that work for the Board of Trustees, work for district administration, all departments? If you think about finance, budget, operations, technology. So what goals work there, then also apply to an Algebra 1 PLC? I think it can be, I know it can be done. It's just determining that. And then what is, to Anna's point, what is that data that comes back up? It is not that we don't have other work going on and we aren't monitoring other things from a data standpoint. But when we set those goals, it is the most important thing that we're focused on. That's how we prioritize our time in board meetings. It's how we prioritize our time in leadership meetings. It's how a functioning collaborative team prioritizes their time when they sit down for 45 or 50 minutes to do some of their work. And I think if we could learn and apply and achieve that, it would be powerful for our organization. And then I have all this other stuff written down here. I don't know if we're going into all those things too, but there's, you want me to hear it? You want to hear it? Okay.
We'd like to hear it. Yes.
So similar to Trish, I'm on this whole thing about we have to reimagine public schools. Everybody has said that's not new right now, but I think we are in a pivotal moment with public education in our country, but especially in our state. And we can keep doing the same thing we've always done, but I'm afraid we're going to become irrelevant. So can we lead the way in that somehow? This is long, big learning and goals here. Because I don't know that public schools as they are, obviously they do not meet the needs of all, or people would not be going elsewhere. They're voting with their feet. So it's hard to admit that as somebody who's worked in this field for 30 years, but it is a reality. And so now what are we going to do about it is my question. Along with that is the power of 10-year planning. We've talked about this in board meetings, some at district level too. But what does 10-year planning look like along these lines of what do we want to be as an organization in 10 years? I mean, and then how do we monitor that and adjust it as we go? I feel like we set these goals 3-5 years out, and then as we start getting closer, it's like, oh man, like in 2 years we're supposed to have all this done, and now we got to rush. You know, how do we just constantly monitor so we can work at a slow and steady pace instead of this frantic pace? If that, I don't know if that makes sense to everybody. Okay. Those were the big ones. I think another important area, and it's almost weaves into all of these, is right now I worry about the culture in our district. I think it's a good culture, but I think it's a fragile culture right now. Teachers are overwhelmed just by the nature of their jobs. So how do we make their jobs as much as possible easier through systems? How do we make the role of the principal easier? What can we weed out and pave the way for them to really focus on learning and meeting student needs? So that culture to me is not that this isn't important, but it's not about a monthly birthday party where we celebrate everybody's birthday that had one that month. That is important, don't get me wrong. Culture is about day-to-day interactions and how people treat one another in our organization, whether they're in one of our buildings or somewhere else. But what is the culture like? So how can we really think about that? Now that is interwoven in all of these other things that I listed, but those are just a few of the small topics that I wrote down.
I wrote down, how can we best support practically, intentionally, collaboratively a PLC Bright system?
So I'm loving hearing a common theme in a lot of what has been shared, because I too wrote down around how do we continue to deepen this understanding around PLCs and what this actually looks like at the board level, then trickling down all the way through the system. So I won't repeat a lot of that. I think also related, actually, so this Coursera thing is going to be a thing, right? And connected to what Nkosi was saying, this notion of trust within our system, and how do we continue to build that, to enhance that, to strengthen it, and what that looks like at all levels within our system, not only within this space right here, but also out, right? I think that there's opportunity here. We have a rich legacy of trust and culture in this district, and so right now I would agree, there's opportunity for us to enhance that. So what does the family engagement look like as we are working to do that? But it's our Leander family, and so that's all of the staff, all of the educators. I do think also there's an opportunity of how do we continue to help bring forward and inform the board around systems. So part of, I think some of where we get a rub is that we're not bringing forward the right information. So what is the most important information that the board does need to be aware of to understand what that system is, so that you can trust that there's things in place to address the concerns that you're hearing or the opportunities that you see in our district. So that's just definitely something that's circle around for me as well.
Mine kind of reflects a little bit of everything that's been said, but I think for me, it would be helpful to learn more about how administration is, and when I say data, I mean it very broadly, qualitative data, quantitative data, like lots of things are data, but how are we using data to conduct needs assessments, to select or to develop targeted, to assess needs, select how we're going to address that, develop targeted, I think this is the key point for me, targeted supports. How are we going to measure progress? How are we going to provide accountability? And that's important because if we can see the process you're using and the data I don't need to sit and examine the data myself. But if I see that the data is being looked at in a very comprehensive way, then it builds trust. And and I don't need to sit and examine. So for example, and again, my focus again is families who feel on the fringes and not fully served. And so if I know that you all are paying attention to those groups and you're looking at the data for those groups, then I don't need to see the data. Like, I don't need to dig into the data myself, because I know and I trust that you all are really looking at that and that you're coming back to us with updates on how those groups are doing. So there's that intentionality of updating us instead of just a trust me, we're on it. There's that accountability to us around, here's what this data shows, we're looking at these groups, here's how we're modifying our supports, here's where we know that we're progressing or that we're not and we need to switch things up. Understanding your process for doing that, I think, helps us set goals, it helps us stay focused, it helps us trust that those things are being addressed. So I think for me, understanding, and then what are the potential threats to that whole process, and how is admin working to mitigate that? So I don't know how to, I think that's where again, with that idea around telling me how the whole district is doing with all the data combined. I mean, it's nice, but it's not super informative, right? Because it's not specific. And that's the piece that I think for me, I'd like to learn more about how the district is being more specific and intentional with targeting within that.
Which I think connects back to that understanding that what is that system by which we
Yes.
are doing all of these things, because like you said, that helps to build trust and assurance that we are actually on top of it, right?
If I can add to that, though, sometimes it seems like we're a system that always has another system, or there's always a new system. And so I felt like, as parents, right, like we got the what reminds, or then there was something else, or then there's the, and you know, when you're going for school lunches, you got to go on this app, and then you got to go do this app. Seems like, you know, there's all these different developments, new shiny things. Instead of using, I'm wondering, instead of using a site-based DWIC, we have to have another committee to help with strategic plan because the other committee got too bogged down. It just seems like I think you need to be able to reinvent and change, but sometimes it seems like we're just changing for change's sake. And so how do you do that where it doesn't seem frenetic?
Well, I feel like sometimes the board is always like, we need community input, we need community input. And we do have those structures in place, but then we are like, we need another committee. And like at some point, like we do want to hear from our community, but we were elected to do this job, and there's only, we're not going to make everybody happy. And I feel like that's where we need to lean on the established committees we have and work what we have, rather than us, how we have a knee-jerk reaction. So when something happens in the community, I mean, we know the elephant in the room, long-range planning, right? And so we had a knee-jerk reaction, and I mean, it's a hard topic, right? And so I feel like with that thing, we as a board need to stay stable and grounded, lean back on the committees we have already, and not try to recreate the wheel and feel like, well, we got to keep getting more, we got to keep grabbing more, because we can keep grabbing all day, but we're just going to keep spinning our wheels.
And when you think about it, like sometimes a system will get broken, and so it's like, oh, this isn't going to work, so we're going to do something else. But if we didn't figure out why this one's broken, like site-based, it's a challenge to get parents there. Okay, why? Like fix that, right? DWIC, they feel like overwhelmed with all the statutory things that they have to like. I think they feel like they're drinking from a fire hydrant and almost a rubber stamp. Okay, those are structures that if we could figure out how to fix those, that would work for us as far as some feedback. I mean, those groups are supposed to be telling us what they need in academic and what they need in their school district.
But don't you think, I think
campus.
that's where the board has not given really clear direction, and I think that's where the PLC and aligning with goals. And so that way, when we do go out and we're looking for that community, we really can empower those parents who are part of that to be able to give that feedback. But we as a board have got to really lean in on it and not be, well, you did this, I need to hear from this person in this group, and what about this group? Like, I think we need to understand that those structures are in place and we need to lean into them.
And I think the use of data for decision making. So, for example, I think about with community feedback is so important, and I think this is where, like, again, mixed methods is super helpful in that we're collecting information from the community, and they may have a concern about X. Then we go to the data and say, well, what does our data tell us about X? Because that helps inform us, what is the nature of this problem? Is it a perception problem that we actually are doing things for this, but community doesn't know? Is there a true issue or hole in what we're doing that we need to fix? And so I think, how is admin responding to the community feedback, using it as a piece of data? Unfortunately, every decision, we can't just say, okay, the community said X, we're gonna do X, like, because then we wouldn't have a need for administration, right? Like, there's a reason why we have people who know how to integrate community feedback as an important piece, but not the only piece of data that we have, but that we have to be transparent about how we're making decisions and how we are considering the community feedback as part of that, but that sometimes that informs our examination of the data. But sometimes the data tells us gives us additional information that why we proceed in a way that may look like what the community wants or may look different, right? Like, does that make sense? I don't know how I'm trying to be more, I don't know.
Did you want to add anything? Like, what do you think would be important for the board to think about learning? What would you be encouraging them to come alongside you and learn if there were a learning wish list?
I was thinking about it just from a very holistic piece. Some of the notes I wrote down is really I thought about it from a very holistic piece, thinking about first and foremost our students, really keeping always that at the focus, is how are we accelerating and growing our students, always thinking that, then improving those student outcomes, but also still honoring that student in interest, those engagements. We know what brings students to school is not always their math class, right? But so how are we balancing that really to truly school being a place our students want to be? They see the future, they see the purpose and value. I also think about we are living in a very future-ready environment, right? I think about like AI, right? That sometimes I feel like the struggle that we have between our students and our educators is the students are always like, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? And sometimes we, as the adults in the system, are like, oh, I don't know about that. Let me think about that. So it's how do we really think about what we want for our students, but then how are we helping our adults come along in the system as well and progress and grow for that future-ready environment. And that I think about how our workforce looks very different right now in public education. And that's not a judgment, it's just the reality. But the things that we as a system may have done 5 years ago is not necessarily what we need right now to promote that educator workforce. And when I say that, it's because the needs of our students have changed, our workforce has changed, so how are we adapting and transitioning to really keep both of those things in mind? So when we create those goals for our system, it's thinking future ready as well. And so Chris was talking about that 5-year down the road, 10-year down the road. What is that going to look like? And then, of course, trying to always balance that with the physical responsibilities that have certainly come into play. They're always there, but it's certainly come into play even more so within these last couple of years. So.
The thing I love about Apple products is they made the complex simple. You don't really need training to operate this pretty powerful device, right? So it's intuitive. You know, they really thought, they engineered a lot of things behind the scenes so that when the person that paid a lot of money for this can pick it up and it can be functional in a very impactful way. So how do you transition that thinking to our system? So I wonder sometimes, I'm not talking about this board, I'm talking about myself and some of the people that I work with at a leadership level at this admin building is, I think we get into this rut with the best of intentions that we're trying to do all the thinking for everybody throughout the system. This is why I'm kind of getting into my why on my topic. This is why I put a lot of eggs in the basket of PLCs, because then you're building a system where the people that touch the work, the core business of our organization, they're the ones that have the knowledge base and the ability to be nimble. Like how do we make our organization nimble? It's that person, which is the teacher, instructional assistants, front office staff, principals, that are really doing the work day in and day out. How have we set them up to be successful? If you think about if every teacher was highly effective, how many of the problems that come to our level would be eliminated? Now that's an oversimplification, like, I mean, that's important, don't get me wrong, but like, it's easy to say that and hard to do that. But I think that drives what we build and what we focus on with that kind of as our outcome. And it can't be done on, like, we're gonna bring in 300 new teachers and dump knowledge on them and train them sitting on cafeteria tables at one of our elementary schools, right? We have to build systems so that when they come in and they're a part of a team, they're naturally improving and getting better day in and day out. That's my why behind this, because then that helps us be nimble. As things evolve, as AI emerges, that collaborative team realizes we need to learn about this thing that our kids are doing, because we're all about this, because we're driven by this mission of meeting kids' needs. Then we just respond as much right there. Now, that doesn't solve all the like long-range planning and what are we looking at from facilities and all of that, but it does keep the focus around what we're doing day in and day out for students, because the rest of that stuff it's not that it's not important, but it's not the most important things that we do.
Even though I mentioned the term was a little bit corny, we're gonna put into action co-construction. I'd say up to 2 people. Think about something you heard someone else say. Maybe it wasn't your thing. Just pick it and just expand upon it. Find the merits of it. Say, you know what, I can see the value in that, and here's why. Just build on something you've heard.
Yes. So something I wrote down, a common thread that I heard from a few people here was how to adapt to the changing landscape.
Okay.
And, well, that's how I summarized it. And some examples were, as it relates to student learning, as it relates to the workforce, and the finances, and also just being nimble
Yeah.
with that adaptation.
Thank you.
Laura spoke about data and just data-informed decision-making. I just thought it was a kind of, we have a lot of data. And so what I heard from that was like, how are we packaging in a way to make effective decisions around that data? And then I also heard this idea of collecting data around the fidelity of the system.
Yeah.
And so we may not need to get into the weeds if we're actually collecting the data on, is the system working, right? Like, we have this process in place. How often are we following this process? And I think evolving the data to that, I think will provide the insight into the data that we need. And the other point that's around the data was, I think we all need access to data. I think the question is around, what is the level of detail? So it's not that we don't need access, it's just what is the level of detail and how does it kind of cascade up?
It's not just today. Nicosia often talks about family and community engagement, and he has asked me about it sometimes, and honestly, when he asked me about it, I just kind of feel like that is something that we don't intentionally focus on enough as a district. And I think there's almost like a customer service element to it. How do we engage folks? And I'm blessed to have the opportunity to respond to people who are disengaged and that arises through grievance processes.
Yeah.
But I look at those and I think about, how did this get here? And where could we have made it better? Some of them, I don't know that there's anything we could have done to make it better. But a lot of them, I feel like there were many steps along the way in our system that if we had something a little bit better, we could have prevented disengagement, but also provided engagement for the family or the community member. That's one of the things that stuck with me.
I think for me to expand on that, I think what we allow is we allow each individual campus to create that family and community engagement. And so we saw Thursday with the amazing Steve Crawford and that engagement, and he saw an opportunity to create these programs to bring parents in. And that is not the case across our district. Like, even as a board member, I can say this because this person's not here anymore. As a board member, I've been denied access to my kid's campus. And so, not just being as a board member, but as a parent. And so, I think that's where, for me, it goes back what we talk about in this board meeting. Yes, our campus principals know what's best for their campus, but there's got to be some consistency and some accountability in regards to this piece, because let's be honest, at that local level, that family and community is going to help drive that school a lot better than what we can. And I feel like it really depends on that principal and their philosophy in regards to what community engagement is. And so I feel like we could do a better job, not us, administration can get a better job at supporting those principals. And, you know, having a parent on campus, they're not always there for a gotcha, right? You got to give them opportunities to feel like they're included. And sometimes, you know, as a parent who, I was PTA president, council president, I know firsthand, like, you have to maneuver to find ways for the administration at that campus to be like, okay, they're beneficial, I trust them, now they can come on. That's not how you engage parents. So I think we can do a way better job.
Well, sorry, just quickly. It's interesting because that is one aspect of our strategic plan. So I guess the question would be, what can the board do differently in order to really track or measure that aspect of it? But just one summary I forgot to mention as I was going through my adapting to is basically we are in an environment where it's not business as usual. And so trying to figure out how to navigate that.
When Gloria mentioned PLC Bright, I think I've got the word right. I think when I'm understanding that is that that's kind of like doing PLC at a high level. And so my thoughts were like, okay, so that means that odds are we're not going to start doing PLC Bright when you just start working or learning a practice. So what are the commitments then we need to make to get to PLC Bright, and how would we be able to measure and do this without, I mean, these retreats are great because it's us digging into the learning, but so much of our meetings focused on the work because we have so much work to do. So it's just an interesting balance. I was just thinking about that PLC Bright, like that's an achievement we want to get to. I just don't know how we get there. So that was just a wondering that set me off.
Trish, I'm going to say that we're going to actually be working toward that as a team of 8 this afternoon, starting that work of what are those key actions? How would that look for it if we were to operate at that level at a bright level? So we'll start that work this afternoon.
Let me share a couple of threads that I've noticed. Just listening to you talk, and I want to point out what Chris mentioned. He said, sometimes it's easy to feel like the board, the next level administrators, and the campuses are 3 different things, 3 different works, right? How do we align? I've been hearing that theme come up quite a bit. The other one was data. You know, we have a lot of data. How do we use that data to make sure systems are going well? Not just, we want to see data. Well, to what end? What's the reason? The why behind the data. Data just for data's sake, not useful. But if we say, you know what, if our goal is to make sure systems run well, what data do we have? And when we evaluate data, are we doing it for the improvement of that system? And so I began to kind of think, and we know that some of you are interested in family engagement or community engagement. We want to be responsive. We know systems are important. We know supporting the staff is important. We know student engagement is important. But at the same time, you want to be focused. It seems like one theme that's rising up is we can be focused and responsive if we have the focus clearly. And I love the way Trish put this. This inspired me. How do we then bring all those spokes in? I drew a little visual. I have a goal, a central focus. And I'm thinking, one focus, but many angles. If we have a focus and we know this is a big rock to move, because as Trish mentioned, if we move this rock, everything else kind of rises as well, then we have something to talk about when we mention abstract things like role orientation or data or alignment or community engagement. If this is a focus, what is the goal of the community in achieving this focus? What data do we have to make sure the systems supporting this focus are in place? Do we need to build that system? What supports do teachers need for this particular focus? And so we begin to see more of this hub and then the spokes as opposed to this disparate thing. Let's improve, I've seen disparate, let's improve our systems. To what end? And what else are you doing? Reading goals. Good luck. It's going to be tough. I wish you all the best. But without that specific alignment, and it just hit me on the head when Chris said, it can feel like if we're not careful, 3 different works being done. But if we stop and say, here's the focus, the community knows it, here's everyone's role, here are the systems that support it, here's how we're improving the system. Next year might be a different system. We won't take on 20 different systems to improve. And then we still recognize as a board, we have to be responsive. So as we pick one issue in the changing environment, we'll make that the focus of learning for this year, or 2 issues, focus of learning. But we can also keep that focus. It's important to make sure the community recognize, hey, not that we are just turning deaf ears to what you're saying, but we have a very specific focus. We will take every concern, every issue, every environmental factor, and we'll put it into the mix and see where it falls in terms of priority. And I think that's a challenge for most teams, how to be focused but responsive. And so there are some threads that I found. And when you all shared kind of what you heard someone else say, I began to think, yeah, I'm seeing that strong alignment, the board consistently wanting to be responsive and adaptive, but also not losing focus. I think your administrators will play a huge role in defining that focus because they know the system itself. I love to tell teams, your system will tell you what the priorities should be at a minimum, right? When you look at the numbers, the data, the big red spots, whatever the case may be. But then the environment also plays a role. The changing landscape will matter. I hope it's not too big of an ask to, even in rough draft, if you will, please get those topics to someone who can compile them. And then again, when it's expedient for the board, I don't want to put a whole lot of work on you. Again, you have a focus, right? Do consider prioritizing those learning opportunities and say, which ones do we really need to dig in now? Which one can wait 6 months for now in a POC to kind of figure out the proper source for doing it? And then ask yourself if it'll be advantageous to learn about some of these. Identifying those big rocks, but then deciding alongside managing that big rock, what should we also be learning so that we don't get blindsided or that we don't fail to bring up all parts of our district and our team.
I just want to jump in real quick. Cindy and Brenda have been capturing the conversation, so we're good.
Good.
You do not have
Perfect.
to send anything.
Let me share just a couple more things, and I want to get to the part where I mentioned, I'm going to stand up for a bit. I never sit down this long, y'all, in a session. If you decide to collect community input on your learning journey, in other words, I know this sounds like it could be a free-for-all. If you were to go out and say, community, what do we need to be learning as a leadership team? There is a strategic way that you might want to go about it. Again, I know, I see faces. It's as if. There might be, so if, and maybe it happens in the next round of strategic planning, but just a few basic guidelines. Make sure you frame requests for input clearly. This is not, what should we fix? It's not that kind of thing. Make sure, if possible, you depend on existing committees, if it's appropriate, right? You already have assemblies of committees. Don't rush data collection. Because this is elective learning to some degree, some of the topics, there's no need to rush or to do it haphazardly. Do it strategically. And then again, that big reminder, make sure you stay focused on oversight. And here's how it might look at the end of the year. I mean, take your time developing this. You might have a list of development activities, development topics, identify the month in which you want to kind of dive into those. I would encourage you ahead of time, identify the source of that information. And then talk about progress. Did we get that? A very simple goal is, did we get through the list in a timely manner? This, to me, again, my opinion, you can push back. This is strategic development for a board who don't even know what issues they'll face next year, but you have dedicated a portion of your brainwidth to saying, while we manage a very focused issue in our district, we will remain responsive by having this flexible component where we are quarterly having, if it's a 30-minute learning session at every board meeting, but a very intentional approach. And then keeping in mind this is a glue that makes it work. It's not so much what you know. All this learning won't do you much good if we can't work together in a manner that builds upon ideas, that respects the commitment, that honors the agreement you made just by accepting the role. Again, we don't have to reinvent the role. And so this is one of the data points I mentioned. I love this because, again, they looked at teams that were senior this, senior that, expert this, expert that. That team did not do well until everyone spoke up. Over the course of a meeting or a project, everyone spoke in roughly equal proportion, and there was a good deal of empathy practiced on the team. Now, I'm going to share the data because I just found it fun. It's what it is. They noticed that on the team, it's kind of funny, people who can have that intuition to kind of look at those nonverbals and be more empathetic, in short, the more people like that on the team, the better. If you don't know, ask. But I'll share because it's just fun. It's not mine, it's the data. They noticed that the proportion of women on the team, as it approached 50%, that was a successful team. If it was a team of all men or only all women, it wasn't as, again, they got stuff done. Just a fun tidbit for anyone watching who might want to learn about what Woolley found. Again, mileage may vary. But because it matters how you work, I want to spend our last portion talking about this before I give you the final two interesting, humorous responses about what compelled people to accept their appointment, run for the board, or take their expertise to leadership, school management. I want to ask the question, what does the board need from the superintendent to succeed in your oversight role? The law says that you alone practice oversight. Superintendent can do it. What do you need from your superintendent, categorically speaking, to succeed in your oversight role? Give them a chance to hear, listen, take some notes, and begin to think about that. What do you need? And share it out loud. Yeah, and you can write things later and share, but this is a time for you to share and talk. And the goal, of course, is
Cindy,
very
do you mind writing?
forward-looking, right? Professional forward-looking. What do you need to succeed?
Can I just, so we're in a unique situation because I'm what is it, two days officially into this job?
I know.
And I'm just a temp, right?
I know. And so we can lump it as superintendent and management. What do you need from the management?
Yeah, but I do have this question because
Good.
I will, it seems I will be in this for a fairly decent amount of time. And so I've been thinking about what is it that the board expects from me or needs from me for this period, but also thinking beyond when the permanent superintendent comes in. My hope, let me get this on the record, is to stay in Leander ISD as the deputy superintendent. So I will continue to help with this work, and between Sarah and I, we will support, that transition or whatever. But I don't know. So it's a unique opportunity to think through that lens of how do we. Yes. It's like a short-term but a long-term thing.
Sure.
I don't want to complicate it.
No, I think it's great. So keeping that in mind, kind of tailor your answer or your response to that.
Yeah, I'll think out loud on this a little bit. I've had the opportunity to work with both Sarah and Chris. We've been working on the superintendent evaluation, actually. And so we started out, and one of the goals was I wanted to be aligned with the work that you're already doing and the goals that the district has already put forth. So I think the first thing we need is like a clear understanding of what are the goals or the priorities for this year going forward. Yep. And then we build our oversight over that. What do you hope to accomplish? Okay, and then now then we vet that, we respond to that, and then once there's agreement around that, then the data and what we need is just like related to those goals. How are we progressing? Are we doing what we say we're going to do at different? The other piece, and I'll let it is, you have this kind of formative, summative kind of data. And I think what's been important is to know what's the timeline around the data that we expect and when do we expect that data. Because sometimes we ask for data and it's like, it's just not the right time. We haven't taken that assessment. We haven't collected that data. And so being very clear on here's when we think the data is going to be available, and we'll have the insights for you to then have the corrective action that might be needed.
I think for me right now, thinking about our current situation, what I need right now, what I need as a board member and as board president is the stability, but also leadership. All eyes are on us right now with everything, budget, long-range plan, acting superintendent, just everything. And so I need someone who's gonna step right in and forget the elephant in the room and just continue doing business and work. And I think it also, for me, helping me really get our agenda aligned with our short and long-term goals so we can have a more effective and efficient meeting. And for me, if we can get that in place, I feel like then we will help, one, drive that trust from the community, drive the trust, from our educators who are watching all this happen and trying to make the sense of it. And I think right now, the other thing I need is just, building relationships with the board and a reset. That's going to be my word for next year, is reset for this board, and just really trying to get our head wrapped around what is our why and continue doing the great work that we're doing. So that was a lot, Chris. I'm sorry.
I think there's something powerful in that thought of reset, is that I feel like we've got to such a good point, and I feel like you said, there's tons of great things happening in this district, but there's also a lot of pressure points right now that are hitting, that in order for us to be able to go to the next step, I think that reset is critical. And so I think from the superintendent, or acting superintendent right now, what I want to see is, and management, is I want to see more of that. What is the stuff that we are working on that you're seeing, this is what rises to the occasion? And if we focus on these 2 or 3 things, and you've got data and you've got evidence to back it up that says if we do this, we're going to change the whole trajectory. What is that? And then as a board, are we aligned in that? Because if we don't agree, then it doesn't matter. They can keep bringing us all the data in the world. We're going to be like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this thing over here, because this is what I think is important. So I want to see us be aligned on that, right? And I think if the administration brings the data and brings the information, then it's like the moral imperative. It's like, yeah, how can you not do this? This is the thing. And so I think that's important. The other thing I think is, I really love that word, although I wrote it down and with my handwriting I couldn't read it right, but that where you're building off co-construction. I think co-construction in our board meeting could be very powerful, because we're learning from each other as we're having the conversations, and it's kind of like that PLC, I don't know, there's something modeling where we're all building off of each other.
I'm thinking about first needing to have good relationships, so as a foundation. So thinking about how actions, and again, this is from superintendent, so the board member has a role in this as well, but thinking about it from what the board member needs, it is having productive conversations where you feel like, again, speaking to co-construction, there's a consideration and a curiosity, and that there is transparent and productive communication when the board member needs to hear it, right? Like, there are times where, I keep going back to the other night where there was an effective communication of like, I hear what you're saying. You reflect back to me that you hear what I'm saying, and so that I know you understand. And also, I can't give you what you're asking for. And that builds trust, and that builds relationships, because there's a transparency there. And then there are times where I can see that the person does try to execute on what the board member is asking for. So it's not just always getting shut down and told like, nope, can't do that for you. You know what I mean? So there's the action of best effort to, to support the board member and what they're asking for, and that, and then the other piece that this speaks to is consistency in communication. And what I mean by that is what you tell me in private is the same as what I hear from you in public. And that to me is huge, because then that blows trust out of the water, because I'm all of a sudden saying, why is this message different? What is the truth? And if there is a change, explaining why, because we change things, right? New information, sometimes we change things, and that's fine. But when there's not transparency about why that change happens, it leads to distrust. And then we start going down rabbit holes and wanting to do our own data analysis. And so I think that is another piece for me. Again, these are just foundational relationship building pieces that I think have to be there or help me.
Can I add something? I think also for me during this transition, I think it's important for the acting superintendent to really be engaged with our principals and our teaching and learning, and they need to see them and let them know, like, yes, we're a large system, but it is possible to engage with your principals and with your administrations in teaching and learning, because if they don't see you, then who are they looking to as a leader? And what ends up happening is you create this system where this leader is not there and they're going around and coming to the board members. And then that allows us to get into the weeds, because this is a known fact, this board, we love our principals. Everybody knows we love our principals. And so sometimes it puts us in the situation where we're getting direct, like, in the weeds information, and they're going all the way around y'all. And it's because that lack of support, that lack of leadership. And so you do a great job at it already. The principals respect you, and you're there. You go to campus visits. You do too, Sarah. And so I think that's what I really need in this process, is to ensure that the people who are help driving the system are getting the support, but they see you on campus and they see you engaging. And you're not just there to stop in to check a box. It's meaningful communication, meaningful engagement, because at the end of the day, that's who's driving our system. That is who's supporting our students.
All right, so I think Laura and Anna did cover what I was going to talk about. So I did write up about expecting vision, leadership, adequate delegation, but relentless focus and involvement in all the different areas. So basically knowledgeable, so you delegate appropriately and still really know what's happening. So having a pulse on everything. And in communicating with the superintendent, I'm looking for transparency, no sugarcoating, no surprises, just telling it like it is.
I think to extend on to Sade's thought, I wrote, like, we need your expertise, right? Like that's what we need more than anything. Like, what does the future of education look like? What are the steps for us to get there? And what are the effective practices that drive student learning? And as Sade mentioned, that honesty, she mentioned transparency, and I put like an honest critique. Where are we? What are we doing right? What are we not doing right? And like an honesty around that. And then I think as we think about that second question, what you would need from us is, and I talked to Trish about this, is what happens when you provide that honesty. If you come to us and we're not doing this really well, how are we responding? If we are not responding productively to that, then that's not going to create the space for you to come and share more honestly with us again, if we don't have kind of the whatever the right response might be. And so that's it. Just I think your expertise and honest kind of critique of where we are to get to where we're trying to go.
And keep in mind, it's not a one-time ask. This is a realignment question. I mean, ask it periodically. If you're going to have formative assessments, kind of bring this question up again when you convene. Nicosi kind of already went there, so let's go there next. What do you need from this board? The law says that you alone, acting as superintendent, you're going to be the manager. They can't do it. You're paid. What do you need from them to succeed in this role?
I think, honestly, I needed what I was just given, first of all, is some clarity around some of these things. Obviously, I had already heard and was told, particularly the stability within the system, and we're going through some challenging times. And so how do we stay focused on the core business of our organization, which is student learning? I think at some point, I'm going to kind of be vulnerable here and go on a limb and respond to your request is one of the things that would be helpful is when people do come to you as a board member, to ask them, have they gone through the proper channels to solve this problem? And I don't know why people are doing that. Maybe it's because they don't feel like they have an opportunity to get that problem solved through the proper channels. But it's really important that I know that, and not only I, but our leadership team, I think of our area and assistant superintendents and all of our chiefs. If a principal's having a problem and they can't go to any of those people to get it solved, we have a really big problem. And so I think redirecting them back, it's not that we don't want board members to know what their problems are. I don't want to hide anything. And I don't know that anybody else wants to hide anything, but at least give us the opportunity to solve that correctly. And I think renorming our culture around that is there are proper ways. You talked about earlier, it's not so much what you know, but how you do things, I think, or something along those lines. It doesn't feel good to anybody to know that you've been gone around for a problem to be solved. It just creates an interesting dynamic. But I do think that there are situations in our organization where people don't feel like they can go to certain leaders. And so while I am here as acting until the permanent superintendent is hired, we can work on those things. We cannot wait 6 months. And I will do my best to correct. I mean, I can make some stuff happen. I have proven that, I feel like. So I can, I just want to know, like, I can fix things. I can help bridge those gaps. So how do we close that loop? Because I think that's a big part of that fragile circle. So that's what I would say to answer the question. I'm pretty wordy, Oren, if you haven't figured that out. I think if we can close that loop, I don't want to tell people don't come to board members, but what I do want to tell them is give us the chance to do it first. If you feel it's really important for a board member to know what you're experiencing, tell whoever, me, Sarah, area assistant Soups, tell them too, but tell us. So when one of them comes to me, I can say, yes, I'm already aware of that and we're working on it. It does not lead to a positive culture when you're blindsided with, I had no idea that this person was so disengaged. I think that's a big step right there. These were, I'm looking through these. I think this is a lot of like behavior, like stability, relationships, no surprises. Like those are all behavioral, so to speak. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know what I mean, right? But also, I almost want to know, I do want to know, like in June, what would you say? Yeah, he met the mark. He was successful at being our acting superintendent. If I could have clarity of what that was, I'm pretty sure I can meet it. But if I can't, I will make sure that I've really tried my hardest to do that. So almost beyond behavioral of like at the end of this year, we will have, I'm just going to this PLC thing for a minute. Like we'll have identified essential TEKs for all reading, language, arts courses and all math courses. That's a really very specific thing. It's something I'm trying to work on, quite honestly. But so that then I can, if there are specific things that board members or the board as a whole, you know, it's kind of back to this, we can't have each of them with 3 different things, then it's 21, what's doable. So if the board all agrees that there's these 2 or 3 things like that are very technical almost that they would like to see occur, then we can make sure that we're doing those. I know you guys all got to take turns. I feel like I'm like, that's a lot. can you think of anything, Sarah, just because, well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it actually goes back to some of the things that you all said that you need from Dr. Clark, but also from the rest of us. And it's this, the notion of relationships. And as I think about, it's that partnership, right? And so what does that communication look like? I think that that's important for us too. So you said what you need from us, and that's a two-way street. You know, we want to hear, we want that transparent, honest communication of things that you're seeing, things that you're hearing, but allowing us to engage in that conversation and also assuming positive intent around things that we can, that we're going to work through this together.
Mm-hmm.
That partnership, I think, is critical.
I think it's important for me to say that I agree with all of these things. I think these are all realistic expectations of your superintendent, interim or not, quite honestly. I would ask for a little grace. Somebody told me yesterday that I was named acting superintendent on the 1-year anniversary of being approved as the deputy superintendent.
Oh, wow.
So I'm in new territory myself here, so this is a new role for me and new work, and so I just give me a little grace. I can take criticism with the best of them, but I would prefer it to be in private, and I will correct that 100%. I'm gonna think of some more things. Yeah. Okay.
I think, Chris, you know, for me, you just, because everyone knows I just talk freely and people can see my face. And I think, you know, there's been times where I have had to call out what it is, right? And I don't ever want to do that. But I think it goes back to the communication and relationship building. And once that trust is taken away, then you got to work, you know, harder to get that trust back, especially for me. And so I will not call you out on a board meeting, I promise. And Sarah as well. I'll do a better job. But I think it goes back to that trust and relationship and just knowing, like, I felt like I was heard. You're not just telling me trust the system, trust the process. Like, you're helping me understand. And once I get a better understanding of the decisions y'all are making, then I can kind of be like, okay, clearly this is where we're going. But if you're piecing stuff together, my head starts spinning, and then it creates like that. So it goes back to that culture you were talking about. And I think that's why, you know, you have this culture right now where you have people stepping above us, right? But I think it goes back to having a leader in place who those individual principals or teaching and learning can see someone stepping up and they know that they can go to you, just like board members. It's that trust, that relationship building. And so I think we'll get there.
It's that mean what you say, what you mean, do what you say. Yes. I think one of the things, and I'm involved in several different organizations and some really amazing ones. So don't try to guess which one I'm talking about. I'm involved in tons of them. But I think what you can see is there can be an organizational stronghold that sometimes steps up. And especially when you have something like a big system like this, right, where the bureaucracy can really pull down some of that humanity in a system. I think that's why you might get an in run or a workaround. It's because there's so much bureaucracy or so much of an organizational stronghold that you might not feel heard or you might not feel considered or whatever. And so you start those in runs. And I think that from a superintendent, if you want to know like what I think would be amazing is anything that can help address those organizational strongholds getting removed so that it's not like the system is just why am I thinking of a Stranger Things moment, but self-eating, like just building its own organizational structure, and the organization is now existing to protect the organization, right? The organization was about the students, and how do you keep it focused there instead of the organization being about the organization?
There's a little story for some levity. So I went through this phase in a previous job where I was traveling. We don't travel a lot in this business, but I was traveling a decent amount, and I would fly Southwest, and they have these catchy napkins, or they used to, haven't flown in a while, and I used to always take pictures of them every time I got on a Southwest flight. I don't know why. Like, I love Southwest napkins and these little phrases that they had on them. But one of them that stuck with me was in a world full of no, we're a plane full of yes. And it makes me think about what you're saying. So I used that kind of as a theme one year, as like, let's get to yes. Like, I feel like we live in a system of no. When somebody asks something, let's not go through all the reasons why we can't. Let's help them figure out how they can, if it's reasonable, of course. It's kind of that mindset, yeah.
Being prepared, yeah.
Yeah, I think coming prepared, the problem, the challenge I have is I'm getting ready to speak on this, is that administration, though, I need administration to give us the materials as well, and to know what that focus of that conversation is. So sometimes I'll ask, if anybody knows, I'll call them up, and you're getting ready to do the presentation, like, okay, what did you want the board to get out of this? What did you think the board was gonna ask in this? And it's interesting, because then I'll get into the meeting, and the board will ask a completely different question. They're getting something completely different. It's like, that's funny, because I know what they told me they wanted the board to ask, and what they wanted the board to get out, and I don't see us going here. So I think there is this, like, I would love to know, like, that we're all on the same page. Like, where do we want to go? What do we want to get out of this? And all be on the same page.
I would love if we could operationalize prepare. So what does that mean? What does that look like?
I think it's, is that a question for the other board members? Okay, so I was thinking more of when they send us the presentations or send us emails or writing memo or whatever it is, just knowing what information we already have as best as we can, and following up with them if we have any questions.
Sorry to butt in here, but that seems like one of those great spokes that we can add to focus. If you've identified a focus, one of those spokes is board preparation. What does it mean? So we aren't getting data just, that's cool. It's what does the board need to know about it? Why? What has the board done in prep for that? So, okay.
Can you say that last sentence one more time? You said, what does the
board need to know about it? And then I'll have to watch the recording later. Yeah. What is their preparation in coming to the dais to have a discussion or act on that thing? But again, all tied back to a focus, not a disparate floating around issue, right?
Like, I'm thinking about, I tend to be a verbal processor, and I think one of the challenges in this work is with quorum. I can't process things ahead of time with board members like I'd like to. But I also am reticent to come and just like process everything in a meeting. And so for me, I'm thinking about preparation being trying to figure out ways to do that processing, at least part of it ahead of time, so that I'm coming with more fully fledged thoughts and comments and questions. You see me doing it right now. I'm processing as I'm speaking. And so I think that's what I'm trying to think about, is like, how can I better prepare for board? How does preparation include some of that for me? That's what I'm doing it again.
You can, I mean, you talked about quorum, but quorum is what, 4 people? You can call one board member and ask them to clarify things for you.
I think for me, is I'm still going to keep going back to us implementing our short-term and long-term goals, because I think that once we get through this and we set the foundation later today, I feel like that those short and long-term goals will then help us be prepared for the meetings. But I think most importantly, it gives administration a clear idea of what we're looking for. Because I feel like right now we're telling them, hey, come bring me back a special education presentation. And they're like, oh God, let me give you everything. And then that allows the board to go in all different directions. And then there's really, I think that there's like this big build-up data. We get the data, and it's like, what do we do with that data? What happens next step? And I feel like what I would need is the board to really help get those 4 to 5 goals and then short-term goals. And then to me, that will help me then drive the agenda and the board calendar. Then that will then have the domino effect of having administration getting us the materials, not the day of, because for whatever reason, right? And then it'll give the board time to prepare and be ready for that conversation. But then on top of that, what we talked about last night is one of the things that we learned in the PLC conferences. Janelle talked about boards getting prompts per se, or just kind of direction before the board meeting from administration on individual like agenda items. And it's not to restrict our conversation, but it's to be like, this is what our end goal is. And so for me, when I think about that, and we're gonna start this in January or whenever we get our goals, that those prompts are kind of related, like this relates to board goal 1, and this is what we're looking for, and this is what, and then that way your verbal thinking in the meeting can already be occurring as we get that information. And then if you have extra questions, then that gives the board members time to do it. So that way we're not here for an hour and a half talking about something that should have been 20 minutes.
And I'm wondering how we extend this to, okay, I'm here, the questions about what do we need from each other, I'm hearing it turn into like what we need from admin. So what's the extension of this to what we need from each other? Is it to be prepared by me verbally processing and asking those questions ahead of time, to stick to the prompts? Like, am I hearing that that's what, or not? So then like I think that's where I'm saying like flesh out, like how does that translate to what we need from each other?
Yeah. So I saw this as like an extension of the conversation we had last night, the norms. And so one thing I wrote was that, and we talked about this earlier, but like we all bring a set of expertise and interest. And so we want each other to bring that, but we also want each other to bring an open mind and curiosity about another perspective. What we kind of don't need, the flip side of that, are like conclusions before we have the conversation. And so sometimes people have already kind of like they have a stake, and it's more of trying to move them off the stake versus kind of starting at a more neutral. And so I would want our members to wonder, let them come with a conclusion, but come with the wonderings. And what I put in, I don't know, I haven't fleshed this out, and I don't know how this will be received, but this week I was thinking about this idea of just like, I think we need each other to focus on school and student performance and not the politics and the pride. And so sometimes I don't know, it's like, are we talking to each other? Are we talking to folks that are on camera? Or are we more worried about how the community might receive it versus like what's right for the district? And so for me, it's more of like, let's focus on what we believe to be right for the district and not the politics and pride behind it.
I'm gonna say it, yeah, it's pandering.
And we didn't define the role, but we were elected to a specific role, which is commitment to that component, yeah.
I think.
Lauren, may I jump in for just a minute?
Sorry, go ahead.
So thinking through, and I'm coming back, I'm bringing you back to the conversation from last night, okay? So, and I was taking notes last night and listening right now. So thinking about as the team of 8 develops and defines those goals, right? So I want to take you back to the connection as a PLC. We talked about those 4 questions, right? So think through, once we have those goals, what is it we want the team of 8, the community to know and be able to do, aligned to those goals, okay? Think about that through question 1, right? So it's kind of coming back to what Laura was talking about how do we operationalize and prepare? Thinking through, what is the question I heard last night? What is the question we're truly trying to answer? I believe, Trish, you brought this up. What is that question we're truly trying to answer aligned to that goal? Then thinking through question 2, how are we going to know? So what are those structures that we want to have those collaborative discussions around, creating those structures? What type of protocols do we want to engage in? to think about that accountability, that data, whatever that may be, that will lead us to how will we know. So thinking through, and then Anna, you just brought up, what are those next action steps? Now that we have this, now what? So it's really thinking through questions 3 and 4. What are we doing to intervene and take those next steps as we need to?
I think one thing, especially right now with the conversations and everything, I think one thing I'd like from board members is just giving grace. Things are hard right now. We have some really hard decisions to be made. And I think that's the biggest thing right now is, you know, I know some of us want meetings every week, but some of us need a break. And I think that's where the board's going to be more, we need to be more efficient in our times during the board meetings. So we're not having a workshop every week and not, you know, sitting here all the time. So give grace.
I do think as we're going forward, I would like to understand that better. I love the idea of you doing a calendar, Anna, and working through that, because sometimes it feels like we have a board meeting and a workshop all together. And it's really challenging because those are different purposes and things. And when you throw them together, that's going to make one for a really long meeting and almost whiplash in how you're trying to wrestle or work on the different topics. And so I do think this clarity and focus and agenda is going to be really important as we're trying to do this. And I'm hoping we can all get on the same page quickly with that. Quickly.
We're going to.
And again, answer this question as a realignment opportunity. It need not be done only today, but just throughout the year. In the interest of time, let's go forward. I know you have something similar, but a reminder, as you engage in learning, and I love the way kind of Laura brought this up, she's a verbal processor, going into a learning experience with some expectations, the board kind of all on the same page, will be tremendously helpful, especially when you've identified a very specific goal. A quick backup, don't be afraid, ask your leader, your interim leader, what's keeping you awake at night? What would you bring to the board if you could recommend 2 or 3 big rocks to focus on between here and the end of the year? I know he's looking for you all for direction, but I would say equally look to him as someone who's a professional and, like Nicole said, an expert. And Dr. Grissom, what would you recommend are some big focus areas for us to key in on as a board? Give us that rationale. Let us get behind it so that we all have the alignment. I guarantee you, without any direction, any administrator will have plenty to work on. And so what are those things? Find out what those are. And that's one step closer to having the board be aligned with these folks. And then, so keep that in mind. Don't be afraid to ask. I'm sure he has a list he can give you. But let's go into every learning opportunity. I know you have amazing structure. Keep it up. My goal was, again, to build on the foundation that you're already doing really well at. And let me say one more time, again, we looked at the assessments, and I'll have you do one final short one on your way out. You all are doing really well. I don't want you to lose sight of it. And this is not to disparage any other district who has taken an assessment and is at a different development stage, but you're in a really good spot. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's very important to realize that it takes a lot of work and intentionality to reach that level 4 performance where you are. And the data that informs that assessment says very specifically, a commitment to learning or maintaining is required to maintain that level 4. I thought that was neat because your whole focus is on learning, and that instrument says that to maintain that level 4, that effective phase of development, learning is required, and specifically very specific learning structures, co-construction, psychological safety, everyone sharing. So keep doing what you're doing. I know you're looking at the 10 to 20% that you're trying to achieve, but please, for the sake of your sanity and a break, don't forget the 80 to 90 that you've accomplished. So keep that in mind. Let me share with you the last 2 humorous responses that I've gathered over the 10 years. And this is going to maybe kind of rattle you some. It's kind of funny now. But large metropolitan area, he's leaving the meeting, or is she, I'm not going to identify anyone, leaving the meeting, and said, it was like a movie scene. I had parked my car under the street lamp. I just come to observe the meeting. I had been attending meetings for 2 years listening. Someone walked up behind me and said, hey, you, run for the board. He said, I turned around, all I saw was the back of a figure, and it sounded like a heavy voice. I think it was a guy. He said, I didn't know if that was a threat or a recommendation. So I just did it to be safe. He says, I'm now on the board, like, hey, whoever that was that night, I did what you said. Loves the work. tough work keeps coming back. But it was kind of funny how it started. He said some person randomly, I didn't know what was going on, so I did it just to be safe. But the one that really made me laugh was an attorney who said, I'm going to answer for my other friend who's an attorney, but also a board member in a different district. He said, I looked at my life and I realized I had too many friends. He said, I ran for the board, I lost some lifelong friends, made some new enemies, and I restored the balance to my life. And I wanted so badly to say, hey, man, if all the attorney jokes are true, you had issues before you ran for the board. You just didn't realize it until they knew where to come find you at least once a month. And you have to just sit there and listen to public comment and nod or not, and you can't do anything about it. But again, now on the board, quite a few years. And so it's just this common thread that this can be tough work. And at times, we don't always get to control the environment that we're given, but we do get to control and manage our response and our focus. Let's become better and better at learning and managing that focus. So I want to share that, again, to provide some levity or some concern, whatever, just to, let people know that, yeah, this is a very interesting, unique role. And here is just a sample of what people across the state are experiencing in their amazing service to Texas school children. Any questions, thoughts, final comments? I know we're a little short on time. I don't want to delay you any further. Feel free to reach out to me. That's my cell phone number. Oh, I should maybe give it to you all, only not the whole public. I'll get it to you all. Call, email, text, whatever the case. They can, at this point, pause the video, right, and get it. Email, let me know. And I'm glad to help or direct you in any resource, any way that I can, all right? Thank you all for letting me be part of your family. Thank you for just teaching me. I love to think of every workshop as a learning experience. I've taken copious notes I'm going to take back and share with the next group I work with. So thank you all for that.
Thank you so much, Oren, for being here. This was really, really good for us to help get a reset. And so this is going to set us up for our conversation today. So thank you so much for listening to what we wanted and hitting that spot. So thank you. All right, board members, it's 11:21 a.m. No, whoa, wait, yes it is, 11:21 a.m. and we're going to take, sorry, I got really confused. And we're going to take a, well, do we want a working lunch? Can we do that? Yeah, that's what I was going to, yeah. So let's take let's make a number up. Let's take a 17-minute break, and we'll be back and we'll have a working lunch. I'm just making random numbers up. No, that's fine. Okay, then let's do 22 minutes?
23, make it 11:45. 23.
We'll be back at 11:45. It is 11:52 a.m. and we have returned from our break and we are having a working lunch. And now we will go to 3B, Leading Professional Learning Communities, PLC district-wide. All right.
Okay. Yesterday, I want to start today with our norms. We talked a little bit yesterday in a collaborative team. An important piece of that is really coming back to focus on our norms and assessing how we're doing. So we had conversation last night of what those would look like. And so you will see a printout. We took information from you last night and we placed it, you'll see on the front, you'll have it looking like in some major categories. And on the back of that, we've put it into a table format. So some people like to look at it in different ways, so we've done that. We did not walk away last night with really things to be taken off of our norms. We had, I know Nkosi, you said add in things like assume positive intent, right? So we've added those things in there as well. So we will come back throughout to focus on these through meetings and adjust those if needed, certainly. If we see a need that arises, just as in any collaborative team, then where would that go? How do we add that into our norms? Because we identify that as a need. So I just wanted to bring that back to your attention for today. So we will be operating off of this throughout our meetings going into the new year. So I just want to refocus us on our purpose. So we talked about our commitment to operating as an effective professional learning community, that PLC at every level of the organization, including our team of 8. The Board of Trustees will engage in that learning specific to their role. So we have had some great shared learning yesterday. We had wonderful shared learning this morning with Orrin, and we will actually take all of that in a comprehensive fashion to begin our work this afternoon of what would that look like for the team of 8 as we start to develop an implementation guide of what that work actually is. So I want to bring you back to your note card that Dr. Grissom gave you yesterday. And again, I believe, Dr. Grissom, we're not asking to share out yet. We're just saying, take a moment. You've had some great discussion this morning. Would you refine anything on that note card? So I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes. So if you would take your last 30 seconds to do any refining to your goal.
Or next time we could do like a favorite order and get Whataburger. I was already thinking that.
I believe I can arrange that. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we just real quick, let's just capture some highlight moments from last night. So we left last night with looking at this visual that we are all, from the boardroom to the classroom, accountable. It's that internal accountability that quote states, to the culture of the learning in our community. So the work that we do, thinking about all that great discussion from this morning, that is what we're doing, how we're holding ourselves accountable to not only ourselves, to our team of 8, to our entire LISD system, to our community. So thinking through last night, we looked at this theory of action, right? And we said, if we want our students to know and to be able to do, then what does that mean for our teacher collaborative teams? What is the work that they need to engage in to help make that happen? How does that look for our campus leadership and district leadership support teams, as well as our team of 8? So we're really working across our system to bring this theory of action to life. It's not, Shada, you said something this morning that our vision should not just be another document or something that sits on a shelf, right? This too cannot be just a nebulous activity, a nebulous thought that we engage in. So we're going to, sometimes it's going to be really engaging in some hard thought as to what does it actually look like for us to bring this forth. So what are those key actions that we want to engage in at each level? So we talked about this last night. We have our professional learning community guiding coalition working on what does that look like for our district leadership team. So that is already in the works, as well as for our campus leadership. Of course, we'll be bringing that back to our campus leaders as they need to engage and own that as well. So they're going to be actually engaging in an activity that you're going to be doing this afternoon very similarly. So looking at that left document, so I want to kind of set the stage of what does that look like when we develop an implementation guide, because this will help us really think about the work that we're going to go into. So if you notice on the implementation guide, and you actually have a copy of that at your station, okay? You're going to notice that, as on the screen, there are student actions. When we first started this is our second year of this implementation guide. The first year we did not have those student actions aligned, but you'll notice in that second column it says key actions. So that is the work we're going to start this afternoon. So when we looked at our teachers, what are those key actions? So I want you to just take a moment. I want you to look at what does that column say on the implementation guide in front of you. And then I want you to also look at that bright column for a moment. No, ma'am, look at key actions vertically, and then look at the bright column as well. These are aligned to those 4 questions, but I want you to take a look at the implementation guide that we already have in place, because this will just set the kind of the tone and understanding, help deepen our understanding of the work ahead. So hopefully, well, let me ask you, what are you noticing with those key actions and about the document in itself?
I think for me, when I read that, it goes back to having a strong foundation of Tier 1 instruction.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. So if we want to know what our students need to know and be able to do, then how are we really addressing that in good foundational and strong tier 1?
I think I see a lot of the work that I know the district's already undertaken. And so like, I mean, I just remember all that work on the Create I Can statements and how, remember
Right,
that amazing
right.
video and how you saw that
Yes.
across the district.
Yes.
And so that's, as I was looking at key actions, I was like, there's so much in here that's been implemented and done. Like there's like good work ready to build on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is what we are seeing and helping our teacher collaborative teams develop and strengthen. Then again, what does that look like for the cascading levels?
That's my question. I read this and I'm like, I know it's all happening below us, but how does that relate to me as a board member?
Exactly, exactly. Anything else?
I think to some extent, particularly the student pieces, it's measurable. So I think that is helpful. I think there could be places where, for the adults, there could be a little wiggle room there for like, you know, in terms of, but it is certainly provides an operationalization of the element. And I think and it's very action oriented. And so I think that really helps teams build awareness around how they're doing an implementation.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the thought when this was built and it's certainly not, admin didn't sit there and build that, right? This is through our PLC Guiding Coalition that was built. So it was input from teachers, from instructional coaches, campus leadership, that to really operationalize and bring this to a more comprehensive and collective lens for regardless of you're that first year teacher coming in or if you're that veteran teacher in the system. What you don't see, but if you notice on the screen, like for each foundational practice, question 1, 2, 3, and 4, there is an opportunity for our teachers and leaders to link into that, and that actually provides even deeper level of coaching and questions and reflective questions that a collaborative team should focus on. Okay, so our work today is a team of 8. We're certainly not going to get all this built out in one day. This takes time, but we are going to focus on what are those key actions that we as a team of 8 are going to be implementing. Okay?
Yeah, so one of my observations, obviously, as you move from light to bright, the students are more incorporated. I wondered, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to spell out admin, right? Because you see teachers, you see a blend of students, but even the role of support in this and like actually calling that out.
And that's what our campus leadership team is going, they'll have their implementation guide, right? Then if this is what I want and expect, honestly, that's happening in our collaborative teams on the campus, then what do I as a campus leader own in that? How do I coach, guide, and have that accountability for me as a campus leader also to be that instructional leader? But then it's also at our central office level. We are there to support. That is our role, is to support for the success of our students. So what does that look like? Those are all being developed right now as well. So think down the road, right, that we would have that thread pulled all the way through. So it's that theory of action. If this is what we want for our students, how do we each own a piece of that? But it's also a great reflective tool for us as a team of 8 to think of it through a very system-wide level. So how do we know, is very much in question 2, how will we know as a system that this is really the foundation of our work and that that we're seeing the results we desire to see? So,
I
okay?
just wanted to build on Nikosi's statement about those principles as well, because I'm just going to go 51 in our book talks about principals being district leaders, and so I think there is something important about that connection of principals. They are a connection to district.
Absolutely. And thank you for bringing that up, Trish. is that they are the boots on the ground, right, at that campus level with their staff. Our role is to support, but we are not two separate entities. We are all working for the same vision, for the same goal. And so, but each one of us, like I said, our role is to support our students and our staff and our campus leaders in accomplishing that.
So for larger context, just to make sure, this is the teacher implementation guide.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a principal implementation guide, a district implementation guide, and we're building the school board implementation guide, but they all have the common thread of these
That is
elements.
correct.
Got it.
Right. And so when this is fleshed out, we should be able to pull this thread through. Okay? Okay. And so the campus and the central office one is in draft, right? Those are things that our PLC Guiding Coalition is working on right now. Like I said, it is just imperative that even the campus leadership is, just like we're doing today, we're going to bring a draft back, but we want their ownership in it, right? And so very much what the activity you're doing today, we are going to be doing with them as well, and with central office. Okay? All right. So we briefly touched on last night the role of each of those collaborative teams, but we're now going to funnel down and really think about team of 8, okay? So we are going to, so if you have your book, please take out your book. Does anybody not have a book? Because I also have the printout. Okay, I can get you the printout as well. I'll take care of that. So before we begin our activity to establish that learning, because you're going to take the learning that you are doing now, last night, and especially this morning, that is all going to come together for this final activity today. So before we begin our reading, you are going to have 2 questions down on the bottom. Okay? What are the most crucial points from your assigned section that are specific to the role of the board? And then how do those points align with the learning that was introduced yesterday, this morning, and so forth, as you reflect on your role as a board trustee? Because those 2, jot those down. You're going to take those with you when we go to this activity. So you might want to have them on note cards or little I know you have sticky notes in front of you. Okay. So if you would open to page 13. And let me go get the content. Yes, so if you would, as you're reading your assigned passages that you see on the screen, okay? And if you have a longer passage, you might be thinking, oh my goodness, I promise you some of those are just charts or tables. So keep those 2 questions in mind.
I remember the overall thing being, it's got to be the top down for the PLC to work. And if you don't have buy-in at the top, then the PLC process is not going to be sufficient.
If you and your partner have both finished your assigned sections, if you would please gather for a few minutes to review each of your takeaways that you want to share out. Okay. If we could come back together. Okay, so we all started on that very first couple pages, 13 and 14. So what are your big takeaways from that before we start jigsawing the rest of the learning?
I think the big thing there, I remember it stood out to me the first time I read this a year ago, right?
Right, exactly.
And still now, is that I think people are often afraid. There's that fear of saying this top down, this is what we're gonna do, because you don't want to be perceived as a top down leader, right? So there is that fear, but I think that's different than this is a system-wide process and goal, and that there is still this ownership of how things are implemented and how this is personalized for your campus and your students and your teachers and your teams. And so I think that reluctance to implement and say this is what we're all doing, and setting those expectations and accountability that we're all going to do this. I think we have been been held back by that fear.
Okay.
So.
Anybody would like to extend on that specific point?
I think mine's related. It is like what you said, like we have an opportunity to really embrace the work. And so I just copied a quote from the book because I just keep going back to it. I highlighted it 3 times apparently. But it is unrealistic to think that teams throughout a district will be able to function at a high level if the school board and superintendent is not functioning at a high level. And I just feel like that to me is what I feel like I think this is, we need to fix this. I think that is what I gathered from this whole thing. So yeah.
So I'm going to build on that for a minute. So if we want to function as a team of 8, right? Then what is it we're actually expecting, going back to those expectations a little bit, right? Of what is it we're expecting of our teacher collaborative teams, our instructional leaders on the campus, right? Of our central office, then we too are part of having those same actions and behaviors and modeling that.
Agreed.
I would add that, we've been having some discussion about what is the role of the board. And, we have TASB's definition of that. And again, I'm new-ish, so I'm sure there's more out there in terms of operationalizing that. But on page 14, it gives a little bit more of an operationalization of what that looks like within a PLC model. And I really appreciated that piece, so that it helps board members be more aware of, and it gives a better guide for what behaviors are within board roles and what is maybe not.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know that you saw probably on page 14, when you look at that, very much aligned to the discussion from this morning, right? Okay. Anything else on the first couple of pages? Anybody would like to extend on before we go into Anna and Sade's portion? Okay, take it away.
Was messaging me. So page 14. I think the big one is it goes back to, again, the top, right, top, working, bottom, whatever. And so for what we wrote down is all departments have a shared responsibility for student learning. And I feel like if you, right now what's happening, and there's a great example in here, and I'm just gonna read it. It says, for example, there are departments for special education and student support services. Let's think about our current structure right now we have in LISD. You've got Title I, you've got English language learners, Tier 1, Tier 2 intervention. curriculum instruction, digital learning, assessment, human resources, and business services. And I think about our current system we have right now, and we do align, but I feel like there are some pockets in our system that are siloed. And you see that, and in order to have a shared responsibility for student learning, those silos have to be broken down, and everyone's got to be on the same page. Otherwise, we're gonna be in kind of, I feel like for me as a board member, the situation we're in where we're not sure, we're getting data from these different departments and they're not aligning with the common focus for us. And so that's what I took away with it, that it starts from the top. And if we don't have clear defined goals at the top, then that's where it starts getting kind of weird, and that's where you create those silos.
And I just wanted to add that, let me go to this page, hold on. So on page 16, it talks about employee engagement can be complex at both the individual and organizational levels, but one overarching factor emerged from the study: working on a team improves engagement regardless of demographics, work status, of where someone works. So it just emphasizes the need for collaboration, breaking down those silos and collaborating. And another piece that I got from here was about the why, is there is the importance of not just data-driven decisions, but also research-based decisions. And so you need to make sure that you're weighing
How are you
both of
balancing
those.
that?
And and might have been the same thing when y'all went to the conference. I know when I went with Brenda and Chris, there was a school district there doing their training, and their CFO was there, and their director of communications was there, and their VP of HR was there. And they talked about, in order for this to really be successful, it is in those departments as well. When you're talking about budgeting, when you're talking about finances, your CFO needs to understand that. And that needs to be a part of the thought process. Your director of communications, as you're talking to families, as you're talking to the community, this PLC mindset, that's also something that's in there. In terms of your VP of HR, as you're hiring, as you're mentoring, it's just something, I feel like a lot of times it's like, oh, that's teaching and learning. That's teaching and learning. But when you hear from districts that are really, when you see it in this book, it's not. It is the way the entire system functions together.
I agree with that, Gloria, because especially with the conversations we're having now, I feel like you're right, everyone's like, oh, that's the teaching and learning problem, they'll figure it out. But the budget, we need a budget, it's what's driving. And some of the some of the recommendations that we've heard thrown out as far as to fix the budget don't really align with student learning and supporting our staff. And so for me, as we're going through this process, I do feel like, I know when I sit in these meetings that y'all put on for our administration, y'all collaborate very well. I see it. Y'all have those Tuesday meetings with leadership. But I feel like at the board level, right, we interact more with y'all's chiefs, right? And I feel like y'all are all in your own little silo when it comes to the board. So I don't feel like, I know y'all meet and connect, but when it comes up to a presentation, right, that's where I'm trying to figure out how is that invisible string aligning us. And I feel like some of the presentations are siloed because, they're trying to, what they know, that's their lane. But how do you bring that string to where student learning and ownership is the common theme, and we're not trying just to, play the system and play the game, but we're being intentional about the actions we're taking.
So I love, sorry, Laura. So I love this conversation because and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, sorry, Brenda. In our section where it talks about scaling the work, it is about that every part of the organization believes in this, understands the why behind it, and lives it out. Because if we truly are a professional learning community, that culture is throughout every part of the organization. And so how do we equip and empower every part to know and understand how to do this, how this works, and how it does feed into the overall goals that we have. Yeah. And I think there's a lot we can do there.
All right. It also struck me about how this goes back to how the board operates in terms of PLC, because I could see, and I don't know what really happens or whatever, but I could see how if the board is not focused on a goal, then they're giving administration a lot of different tasks that are kind of all over the place. And so then there's not as much time to pull that string through a presentation and to stay focused. And so you can see how, when you think about like how it aligns with guiding the work and the board, supporting implementation of a PLC, you can see how the way the board operates in terms of that piece can either encourage or inhibit the administration's ability to operate according to a PLC.
And I also think, as we've talked about at the central office, our role is to support, right? So if we are not operating as an effective collaborative team, then what do we see is happening on campuses? And they have had, to be quite honest, sometimes they've had some frustration saying, well, I hear this from this department, I hear this from this department, right? So it goes back to, well, okay, hello. It goes back, I know, right? Excitement. It goes back to, then how are we operating, whether it's cabinet, whether it's chiefs, whether it within each of our departments, to think through. That might be that change management, but it's really how are we collaborating and bringing all of our strengths and that support together. So it is very clear, and it provides that clarity for our campuses also to do their very best work. Okay, anything else on Sade, Anna, on your part? Chris?
I just wanted to add to the quote that Sade highlighted, because even the way we set this up in our district improvement plan, there are PLC strategies in Goal 1, which is about student learning, but Goal 2, which is about staff empowerment. This is a retention strategy when it's done well.
Absolutely.
Teachers will stay and stay longer when they feel connected to a team and they feel more effective and supported. So it in a world, in a time where we don't want to lose any good teachers, this is a great opportunity to get this right there too.
I think about our new teachers or any new person coming into our system, right? It's, I came from a different district years ago into Leander, right, from a neighboring district. And I had taught for 12 years in that district. So when I came to Leander, but Leander was different, right? I still needed the support and the guidance of not only my instructional leader on the campus, and I came here, but it was also about my team and the support they gave me in just learning the Leander way, right? So that is so important that's what this is about. It's about building that culture, whether it's just on a campus team or within our overall system. Okay, Chris Nkosi, anything you would like to point out regarding loose, tight leadership?
So one, on the last page that we read, it said clarity precedes competence. So one, fill in the gaps, because I may not be 100% clear here. So even as every time I pick up this book, there's something that pops up in my mind, and it's one is like there's research-based, evidence-based best practices that we know will drive student learning. Like it's just proven. And so then in my mind, and we asked yesterday, is like, so what's holding us back? Like, what are the barriers, right? So I think about that, and so I think that. I think this gave a little insight to some of our kind of maybe challenges. And so one, it's this idea of, so it starts out with being tight. So it's tight versus loose, which I think is the conversation we've had about uniform versus unified. It's the conversation we've had about kind of site-based autonomy versus centralization. And so, but it spells out, it says that the leadership needs to be tight about what all students learn, every course, every subject, every grade, every unit, that we need to be tight about the evidence of learning, and tight about best practices being implemented. And so it doesn't speak to autonomy. It speaks about being tight around the best practices, and it says, we can't be tight until, Anna read that first section, but one part was like, we can't be tight until we're clear about best practices, expectations, and evidence of what meeting expectations look like. And so this idea of being tight, we should think about that and be very clear about like what those expectations are. And then the other thing that popped up for me, and the piece about being tight, so like we can be tight around what I thought was like, we can be tight around what we know, and provide, there's going to be enough room for autonomy. Like there's enough unknown, enough uncontrollable variables that let's be tight in everything we know. The educators are going to face different unique students. They're going to face enough variables where they have to use their expertise to so let's set them up. And then the last piece was it gave a list of and so this is on that first page 19. The second one, it said measure all major decisions against the probable impact on learning. And so what I thought about, even as we think about our application, is that we outline commitments from the resolution that we said were important. Now, every time we make a decision, we want student learning, staff, parent. And so, and in the levers work spreadsheet, we're starting to do that. And so I wonder if, again, just as a practice, as we're making decisions, that's what we're talking about, right? And so when the community knows this is the framework and the rubric that we're using to make these decisions, what's in, and we go through that. And so it just called that out.
An example I think of as you were speaking, Nkosi, is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. By what is the fidelity by which we utilize and implement, right? So but the impact, thinking about scope and sequence of that. So if I am not carrying that out and I'm not using that guaranteed and viable curriculum, or I'm not following that scope and sequence, and you're a student in our system, and you go to another campus, which we certainly have that transition occurring, right, in our system, is then what are the possible gaps that student is going to face, right? So it's really so when we talk about the tight, so if we're tight about this guaranteed and viable curriculum, but also about that pacing and that scope and sequence, and that's really, why do we do that? It's really to ensure that our students, regardless if they are at Cedar Park Middle School and they go to Henry Middle School or whatever that may be, right, is that we are not contributing to gaps for their and their opportunities to learn.
Yeah. I remember seeing a case study a long time ago. We were working on a case study out of DC, and that was the case. Once you got to high school, kids were having different outcomes, and you could trace it back to they were all feeding in the same middle school, but in elementary they were learning something different. And that just put them on a completely different pathway than the other students, right? And so it's just really important that all of our students are hitting those same marks along the way so they have the same opportunities.
Well, I think, this board, we talk a lot about consistency, and I know that can be people think we want every campus to be the same, but what you just said, Brenda, like, you can still give principals, the ability to do what's best for their campus, but when it comes down to that, curriculum, we've got to see consistency that's got to be throughout the system, because as a parent, I have experienced exactly what you said, and it's frustrating because, these schools are 2 minutes apart, and they couldn't be night and day. So that, to me, when I say consistency through the system, it's not like, all right, LHS Glenn, y'all have to do the same, scheduled, same thing, same not. But they still need the structure to be able to guide them, to be able to give give students the same opportunity, and it shouldn't depend on your zip code.
Absolutely.
It also creates predictability for staff so that staff know what is expected of them across the district, no matter which school they're in. And it seems like, I don't want to speak for staff, but I just think there's something about predictability that increases a sense of safety and security, and so I don't know. I think that piece of it sticks out to me, that it's not just good for students. It's helpful for adults too.
Absolutely. Okay, Chris.
I think the only thing I would add is this bulleted list on 19 is really about us requiring that each department do these things that are all centered around learning, so that the business office is centered around learning, the technology department is centered around learning. And the example that Nkosi gave was measuring decisions around student learning, but there's also making it a priority. So how does our payroll team make learning a priority? I don't know the answer to that right now, but I know there is a way for them to do that. And so it's just making sure everybody understands, I've used this word a lot today, but our core business. This is what we are all about.
I think
see some-
about,
oh, go ahead, I'm
sorry,
sorry.
just them knowing the why of what they do and how it connects to learning. So even if what you're doing, I'm thinking about the thing we've both read, how it connects, your work, no matter what you're doing, even if it doesn't feel like you're directly interacting with students, you're supporting the why through your work. And it's that like constant connection. I don't know.
Coming back to each decision, right, what is the impact of that? Absolutely. Okay. Gloria and Laura?
So the first thing that we talked about was this idea of a written plan and system for organization and accountability, that it is relevant and meaningful, that, the plan that the board sets is data-driven. We already talked about research-based best practices and connected to the why. And thinking about how connected to the why means, why is the goal important, and how does the goal contribute to a mission of high level of learning for all students and vision of the future. So, and then that plan is laid out very specifically with action steps, timelines, and interim steps. So it's not just we want to be at this point in 4 years, but it's like, okay, what is being accomplished this month? What's the task? Who's doing it? Here's the deadline. And that this is all written out and available to everyone so that everyone can see each of those pieces, why it's important, and how it contributes to this long-term goal. Again, going back to IEP goals with objectives, we were thinking about a lot of kids don't have objectives in their IEPs, and how that's a reflection of that gap that I think we can lead with in this implementation. And then the other concept that stuck out was this idea of glass balls versus rubber balls. And it goes back to our discussion before of glass ball is the essential actions that if dropped will break and be damaged and cause harm. And then the rubber balls, they'll kind of rebound and not necessarily detrimental to student learning. So as a board, being aware of that, those two pieces.
Well, I think about just what we just talked about with impact. So when we define the possible impact of a decision made, right? Is that a glass ball that we cannot rebound from, right? Thinking through that lens as well. Like, who is it going to impact, and really what does that look like? Okay. Trish, Sarah?
I'll start and then Sarah can build on. So on page 42 and 43, the very last paragraph, the sentences I cobbled together for one of the sentences is that you can't really guarantee your guaranteed and viable curriculum if each school selects its own essential standards based solely on the perceived needs of their students. In order to ensure a guaranteed and viable curriculum, assistant superintendents must agree on procedures and a common protocol that principals and staff in all the schools will use. And then on page 43, it goes on to say that the teams have to engage in every part of the process for determining the standards. And so what, we were talking about as we got over here is it's this focus, this insane, intense focus on here's the thing that's gonna move the needle, which goes back to your discussion of glass balls and rubber balls. Like, what is the thing that'll move our system? And it's, we were talking about here, like the difference is like right now it feels like our system to me is almost like an umbrella, and that we have all these different big things in our strategic plan and all these big things in our graduate profile. And as long as you can fit something in there, it's great, but it dilutes our efforts. Instead, what if you had a funnel? In other words, all the elementary campuses, because remember, you got to have everybody's input, all the elementary campus, the secondary, the middle school, I mean, all your campuses were all saying, here's the thing that's going to get us to the next spot. And then y'all bring it to us. Admin brings us the data and the information, says, look, we're looking at all this. These are the things that's actually going to move the needle where it needs to move. And then we focused on that. And it was something that everybody has to have a buy-in, right? So I think that's the problem, is if you just have us up here doing the visions and goals, and we haven't been informed from all the data from our campuses, then we're disconnected. It's got to have, everybody's got to have buy-in. And then the last sentence on page 46, which talks about the fact that if we're driven by a well-developed plan, we will exhibit urgency around student achievement data, and then we're going to be able to answer the questions, are students learning well, and how do we know? Which just goes back to the discussions we had of like, why are you here as a school board? What is your role? What are you supposed to be focusing on? And as we were working on this, I came up with this thought in my head of like the difference when you're thinking like running a restaurant, and I've never run a restaurant, so forgive me, all you fans out there. So here I am, armchair quarterback. But I think there's a difference between thinking about, man, you know, there's so many components to it. How's the dishwasher working? If the dishwasher doesn't work good, we got to focus on that and make sure the dishwasher. How's the recipe? How's the food supply? How's the food getting out to the table? What's the cost of the menu? Like, all these things are so important and vital to the system. And if you are like whatever position, and put it in my board terms, like that oversight part, if you're focusing on all those little pieces, great, you really care about the system, I get it. But are you really doing what you need to do? Because I think ultimately the biggest question you would have if you were the owner or director or whatever of a restaurant, again, I don't own one, so this is what I thought, is my question would be, are people being fed and do they come back? And so I need to know what are the big pieces that are moving that. And if I spend all my time focusing on the dishwasher, great, that's a beautiful thing. But did I really lose sight and focus on the rubber balls instead of the glass balls?
What is making that customer enjoy their experience and keep coming back, wanting to be a part of that environment?
And so this chapter was about focusing on what are we all saying is gonna be that big piece, and how do we all swim in that direction?
Absolutely.
There's been some discussions, research, data, I'd say data informed, not necessarily data driven. Sarah, did I miss anything?
No, I think the only thing, and I touched upon it a little earlier, is this notion of casting that vision of the why, that we can do these things, you know, and it can be, like Gloria said, a top down of this is the expectation, setting that out there. This is the why we're going to do it. We're hearing from our system, feeding that up into help inform that work, but casting that vision of this is what we're all about. This is where we're headed. But then also thinking about how do we equip everyone in the system to be able to live this out, right? And celebrating throughout the system as we see that happening.
Absolutely. So I heard the term North Star yesterday and this morning, right? So it's really saying this is where we're going, this is why, but we're not asking you to create your own vehicle to get there. We're going to give you that vehicle of support to go on this journey together, right? Okay, thank you so much for sharing out. Again, this section was specifically on Team of 8. So we're about to actually get into this work. Okay, so this past summer, I'm taking you back to July. Some of you were there. All right, we engaged in some PLC learning, right, as a system, and during our leadership conference. So what you're seeing here is just a couple of charts. So what we did, I'm going to take you back, and for those that weren't there, is the campus and central office support teams, and there was tons of people there, right? If you remember, that were able to do some of the reading from this very book, but then look at each of the roles that we've talked about last night specifically, and we looked into as our theory of action. So you just see some of the charts there. What is the role? So you see up there Superintendent Board of Trustees, you see the District Office Learning Team, Human Resources, and they were saying, what is that role that we're expecting? What is it we're expecting those key actions to be for that team? So you have in front of you what's on the screen, the chart on the right, you have that in front of you. It looks like this as well, okay? So I wanted to provide that to you. I'm gonna start in the column on the right. Those are individual responses when we think about Team of 8. Okay, so this is just specifically for Team of 8 because that's the work we're going to be engaged in here in just a minute. Those are just individual responses. You see the summary of that in the middle column because some of those were repeated. And then really looked at what is that saying? How do we kind of get that down to some defining categories? And that's in the very left column. So our categories are really establishing the PLC foundation. That's where you're thinking about those values, those goals, and things like that. Vision, that collaborative culture, one of those 3 big pieces of a PLC. Creating an information and research-driven culture, Sade, see, that was there for you, right there. Really talking about and focusing on that progress and accountability that we've mentioned as before, and then that resource allocation and commitment. How are we actually supporting the work? So we took all of that feedback from this summer, and it's in those 4 categories aligned to the Team of 8, okay? So we're going to take this feedback with you, and we're going to take our ideas from our shared learning. So you might have written some notes just from the shared learning we did. You're going to take that with you, and we are going to go here in just a minute to these back 4 tables. So each of the 4 tables has one of those categories on it. So one will focus on the PLC foundation, one is on collaborative culture, and so forth, okay? So what you see, and if you look at the screen as an example, some of those key actions under this category, so if I was taking as an example this PLC foundation, some of those, that feedback are those key actions you see: casting a compelling vision and purpose, and the why, lives the PLC work, and model support and engagement, and so forth, right? So we want to look at, is this, when we think about a key action that we want Team of 8 to do related to that category, if you think it should be adopted, you're going to put a little check mark under adopt for that one, okay, as is. If you think it should be adjusted in some manner, what would be that adjustment to that bullet point? Most importantly is what would this actually look like, sound like? What are the behaviors, actions? What's the evidence? So, example, if we were actually, as a Team of 8, living the PLC work and modeling that support and engagement, what would we see and hear? Okay? If you think, as a Team of 8, that bullet point should be abandoned, you'd put your check mark there. Okay? I'm going to stop for a minute, clarifying questions.
I'm sorry, I have so many. So the information we're looking at in front of us is summary from meetings. Are these our meetings? Or is
No,
this from our? So
this is from the summer leadership.
Okay, so this is what our.
This is
okay.
feedback.
So this is what our staff, our team is saying, hey, this is what we think you should be doing.
Right,
Okay.
because they engage in some of this reading too,
Right, no, it's fine. Okay, so
And
they're saying, we think this is what a Team of 8, our board, should be doing and does well.
Correct.
So we're taking their input, and then we're gonna say, yes, we agree with it, or no, we don't?
Or we want to adopt it as is? Do we want to say, yes, we agree with that, but I think we as a team of 8, because you have an ownership piece as well, is how would I adjust that statement? Because these are going to be key actions. So if you come back to the teacher collaborative team PLC guide and look at those key actions, what would that actually flush out to be? But we need to also thinking through in that green column, we're not going to flush out today what light, right, and bright all look like. But that green column will help us unpack that.
Brenda, can you give us like, so we see right on here, right? Just kind of, I can see some of y'all's heads and faces. So like, I mean, it does, right? But like, just so we stay on task and not in going all over the place. You know, one thing I saw this summer was, it was evident, vision and mission
All over the place,
all
right?
over. That was the common goal. And so like, can you kind of explain, so that would be the first line right there, and then you're wanting us to kind of base.
So let's say I'm one of you, okay? I would say, based on our conversations, based on the learning, cast a compelling vision and a purpose, the why. I would say, yes, I agree with that. All right, so I might say adopt, but under the green column, I'm going to come back to what we talked about earlier. Thinking really down is helping people bring clarity. And so we're going to bring clarity to our system. We're going to set those expectations. We're going to deliver the why. So maybe what would that look like is how are we developing clear expectations of what we expect within that PLC, within a PLC system. That would be our role.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So like, I'll just do board norms. We had this discussion last night. We looked at it and like, do we narrow it down? All these things are good. How do we reframe or refocus? Is that kind of, are we trying to say like, what are the 3 main things? We're not, this isn't that goal setting. This is actions. So we're saying theory of actions in. If we do these main things, then once we get that goal in front of us, we'll be able to achieve
We'll be
it.
able
Is
to
that right?
achieve, right?
Okay.
This is not the goal part, but it is how are we going to operate as a collaborative team to carry out the work toward that goal.
I mean, it's like our guiding documents, right? Like, we lean in on those now when we make hard decisions. And so, in this case, right, when we're talking about, you know, decisions we make, we'll be leaning into this vision and mission of the PLC at work.
But I just feel like it could be almost everything on this list. Like these are great things on here. I have I agree. So then, what are we? To what end are we trying to refine? Does that make sense?
That's what I was going to say. At the end goal is to create the implementation guide for the board. We won't get all this done today,
Right.
but by adopting that first one, if you say, yep, adopt that one, then that becomes, and then any feedback you put in that green column will help us flesh this part out and bring it back to you, if that makes sense.
That is
yeah.
correct.
So it's just the first step to kind of finalizing this into
Right.
this rubrics format.
Exactly. So you might also certainly have something from your learning that when you look at the chart and that category, like that key action's not really listed, but I think it should be added. You'll have an opportunity to add as well. So and Tricia, I want to come back with you for a minute, is this first column under those key actions, that would be looking at what are our key actions as a team of 8. That's what we're focusing on today. What you'll put in the green column, if anything, will help us develop the rest of this. Okay? All right, so you're going to see Okay, you are actually going to visit all four, but I want you to start, please, so we're not all congregating around one. Would you start at the one that's listed on the screen? So example, Anna and Nikosi, you're going to start at establishing the PLC foundation, okay? So you would be looking, you would take, and these are all listed for you on the charts behind me, so, but you can take this with you as well. Take your notes with you from what we've been discussing from your learning, because you might want to add something that's not listed. But, so when you're finished with one, certainly go visit the others and add any thoughts there. That's at your own pace, but I do ask that you look and review all four areas.
But if we're developing key actions, it's not supposed to be like really long sentences. This is like really kind of 2 or 3 words, bullet point. And the goal isn't to have a bunch of key actions. So really, we should be trying to reduce as much as possible. And I know you're not going to hot dot this afterwards for us to pick the favorites. But is that the thing, is to really think about the 2 or 3 words or whatever those things are. It's not about building all the actions we could ever think of.
Absolutely. So
Right.
again, I'm going to come back to the first one. I might say on that first one, adjust. I might say clarify the why for PLC work in our system. Done.
I'm wondering if we just start doing it, it'll work some of this. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you each have a marker. I've given you a colored marker. We have to get up from those French fries and cookies that we had.
an additional one if I didn't take this one.
Okay, thank you so very much in engaging in that activity. Like I said, is when you look at this teacher collaborative team, right, PLC implementation guide, this didn't happen in one sitting, right? This takes thought, it takes patience, it takes refinement. So this was step one, that we as a team of 8, we are going to take that feedback, and thank you for, we started with the feedback that we were given from our system this summer, and we're going to continually refine that for a little bit, and as we start to really build this out for a team of 8. And like I said, hopefully, and I believe it was Anna or Nkosi who said, as we were in our activity, what is this going to look like as a system-wide implementation, right? We should be very, if we're doing this well, we are going to be strategic. We're going to be able to draw that thread, pull that thread through every level. And when all of those levels are developed, right? And so that is the good work that we're going to be engaging in as a system. And I'd love to just stop and think a year from now what this could look like. Good, good, me too. Okay, to close out, I just want you to think for a minute. Imagine a local media station is providing you, team of 8, a 60-second spot on the evening news to help our community understand the PLC initiative, the work that we're engaged in, and your role within it. What is your summary word or phrase that you individually would state?
I would tell them to talk to Dr. Chris Clark. I defer being the spokesman of the board at that moment.
Love it. Please refer to Dr. Clark. Sure, popcorn around. 60-second word or quick phrase.
I would say the PLC initiative, if implemented, correctly, would help us be able to articulate and understand if our students are learning and be able to tell you how we know.
Almost your closing one on when we just did our summary. Absolutely.
I would say professional learning community is a process and a culture in Leander ISD in which student learning is placed at the center.
I'd say a PLC initiative is a district-wide, it's a district-wide learning community that positively impacts all student learning.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of very similar, so I say that it's the collective efforts of everyone in the system to ensure learning and growth for every student.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would say it's a shared, PLC is a shared responsibility for student learning, and it's unrealistic for the system to move if it doesn't start from the top down.
Yeah.
That's right. Because we support each other. That's right.
I think the words that come to mind, I don't know that I could put them into something super sounding great, but PLC is a framework for maximizing student learning and providing collaborative and consistent support and accountability, something like that.
Great job in pulling that. Okay. Any other final thoughts? Again, thank you. It has been a great evening yesterday as well as today on this work, and we will be bringing back to you a rough draft of what you've created with your key actions. And like I said, it's not a one and done. It is a continuous improvement process. Okay.
Brenda, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Dr. Grissom and Dr. Clark. This is the reset we need right now, and I'm excited to see where we go from this. And I think also when the year starts again in January, I think it would be helpful if you get with Chris and I, so when we start making those board calendars and agenda, that the feedback you give us can be aligned with that.
Absolutely.
So
Happy to do
we
so.
also know when to put it on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, next is, let's do this quick and possible, please. It is discussion of board member representation on board committees. This doesn't need to take 20 minutes. I need, y'all have a list of committees on there. We have a new board member. I just need to know who wants to roll off, who wants to be on what. There's a new committee, but already decided who was on that committee was myself, Gloria, and Sade.
I'm
be-
happy to, if Laura wants to
I'll be
be
the
on
chair.
that committee.
Okay.
Laura, would you like to be on that committee? It's a new committee and we haven't met yet, and
That'd be a
so I
good
think
one.
it's a good, you'd be starting with a fresh committee if you'd like to.
I'm happy to go wherever you need
Okay.
me.
Okay.
All right, so we're good on that. Audit committee, anybody want to roll off? Sade or Nkosi want to roll off?
I'm sorry, litigation, so who's on there in litigation?
Myself, Sade, and Laura.
Okay.
I'm the chair. Audit committee, we're good? Nkosi, you want to roll off? Because it's either you or Sade can roll off. Anybody want an audit committee? No? Okay, great. Board evaluation committee, Nkosi's the chair, Sade's on there. Laura, I think this would be a good one if you can be on it as a new member. Board operating procedures, we're good. Nobody else wants to join that?
I'm sorry, I have a question with the board
Yes.
evaluation committee. Is that the group that's also looking at our team of whatever survey we did and come back with us on trainings? When there's some,
This was the
Remember-
superintendent evaluation,
are they doing the same thing?
right,
So
eventually?
the first piece was around the superintendent evaluation, and then it was, yes, looking at,
Our responses and then the training? Okay, thank you.
All right, operating procedures, anybody want that? No? It's all right, we're good. Legislative priorities, Gloria, Trish, want to roll off, because I don't. All right. Policy review committee, I don't want that. Are we good? Are y'all good? Okay, great. School safety committee, I guess the only person that could roll off is Sade. How long, I guess, anybody want it? No, we're good? All right, great. We're done.
Well, I have a question regarding policy review committee. We used to be 3. Do we need a third person?
We took 30 persons off, so that way y'all have the ability to talk to the board president. Otherwise, board president gets completely shut out, and that's a committee we felt that we need to only have 2 on there.
All right.
There has been real quick conversations with a leaf of adding a second trustee. Does anybody want to do that?
Nkosi, what does it entail?
You
What
wanna
you
do it?
with the leaf?
Gloria wants to do it.
Okay. Oh, never mind. She knows.
Leaf has asked for another board member to join. They used to have 2, and it'll be nice to have 2 board members there if one can't make it for whatever reason. And so this was a request from the Leaf Board Executive Committee to have an extra board member attend those meetings. So Gloria, you got it?
I'd like to talk to the ED and just make sure that she feels like that's a good fit and stuff like that, so.
I think that's great. Awesome. All right, guys, we're done. Right, no, you'll be good. All right, board members, oh my goodness, so if we're good on committees, everyone's great. Awesome, love it. Cindy, you got all that? All right, oh my goodness, y'all. It is, no, anybody have any other questions? No, we're great, awesome. It is 1:56 p.m. and having no further business, the special meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.